live casted on YouTube. I'm going to start with this BMW price cuts that where we left off the earlier space. Sorry about the earlier space. We run into some technical issues. Not sure what was going on, but we figured it out. We have Sierra in here as well. Maybe we can talk some AI afterwards. Um, so BMW, interestingly, this is BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and a couple other luxury brands in China. They are increasing their prices, which is an unusual development, in my opinion. So let's read through this article, Bloomberg article. The first cracks have started to appear in China's bruising car price war, with some BMW dealers moving to raise prices and sacrifice volume in a bid to restore profits. This article, by the way, is at the top of our screens. Dealerships across the country are raising prices across the entire lineup, covering both gasoline-powered cars and EVs, according to local media reports and dealers interviewed by Bloomberg. While prices are still in flux and set by individual dealers, prices of some models have been jacked up as much as 50,000 yuan, which is $6,900. The move is in stark contrast to other foreign automakers like Toyota, Volkswagen, who have been slashing prices to try to keep up with market leader BYD, upstarts including Li Auto, and new entrants like tech giant Xiaomi, whose debut SU7 EV has proven an instant hit. Any questions, comments? Please request to speak. We have Michael in the space. When he comes up, we can start talking about some EPS stuff as well. Tomorrow's earnings. Let me continue with this article for now. In a written response to questions, BMW said it's focused on business quality in China in the second half of the year and has reduced its sales targets to alleviate pressure on dealers. Widening discounts will no longer help premium manufacturers, as it can hardly prevent customers shifting to more competitive electric cars from other brands, said Jing Yang, director of China Corporate Research at Fitch Ratings. Michael, what do you think about this surprising move from BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes, and others like Porsche as well, increasing prices?
Sorry, I just came in. Can you summarize it for me real quick?
Well, let me just keep reading then, because that was halfway. I'm actually curious about the second half. China's auto market has been caught in a fierce price war stretching back almost 2 years, with legacy foreign automakers striving to keep up with domestic rivals whose affordable and technologically advanced cars increasingly appeal to consumers. To keep up, BMW pushed dealers to keep discounting prices to as much as almost 50% off with various incentives. For example, the actual purchase price of a BMW's electric i3 could be as low as 180,000 yuan compared to its sticker price of 354,000 yuan. However, such steep cuts didn't stop sales from sliding. BMW reported total deliveries of 376,000 vehicles in China during the first half, down 4.2% from a year ago. The Munich-based company reported a 2.3% gain in global deliveries. So in summary, BMW cut prices as much as 50%, especially their electric vehicles, and yet they saw their sales drop 4.2% in China during the first half, and now they're doing an about face and increasing their prices. I mean, what do you think that's going to do to your market share? Now, let me continue to read this article. There's 5 more paragraphs. Other luxury brands in China, including Audi and Mercedes-Benz, are considering following BMW and increasing prices, according to local media reports. The companies didn't respond to requests for comment. Porsche announced a management shakeup in China business over the weekend, naming a new CEO in the wake of talks with displeased dealers. The average sales price of cars in China fell 13% in the past year, consultancy Alex Partners said during a recent briefing. While deliveries of new energy vehicles are still rising, sales of combustion engine cars fell 13% in the first half from a year ago, data from China's Passenger Car Association shows. Quote, The heavily intensified promotions in the first half disrupted the normal pricing of the auto market and will take a while to fix, end quote, said Chu Dongshu, the association's Secretary General. As the pressure shifts from automakers to sales channels, dealers are now suffering from a lack of confidence, he added. It's too early to say a truce will soon be called, as long as big players like BYD still have margins to play with. There's always room for a further price war, said Stephen Dyer, Alex Barton's Shanghai-based managing director. Mass market brands such as VW and Toyota and loss-making EV startups like NIO and Xpeng are also reluctant to risk losing the market position they've struggled to maintain. The core question is not about whether they want to follow price rises, but in fact, whether they could bear the costs of losing further market share in China, Fitch's Yang said. Interesting. This is very interesting. Um, I'm going to reply to the space with the link to the YouTube stream as well. Subscribers on YouTube um, lead to more ad revenue, which means this space can inch closer towards financial viability because we are so far away. It is crazy. And I don't know, but we'll see. Paul Ryan.
Yeah, I hope my car is not too noisy today, so I'm sorry. But I think this is a matter of inflation here. What do you guys figure the inflation is over the last 30 years? Automotive's going to struggle to keep up. And it's just not possible. So perhaps the inflation is causing the rises in prices.
Okay. Michael, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think this is an interesting thing about China and the Chinese automakers. Um, they have really been able to adapt very quickly and pick up on the latest innovations like Tesla's gigacastings, for example, and have really brought down the costs a lot. And legacy auto is just not good at doing that. Um, their cost structures are just permanently um, inflated, and they haven't been good at cutting out the costs. And especially, they haven't been good at making EVs profitably. And the Chinese have figured that out um, to a great extent. Um, and that's why Elon says, like, the Chinese automakers are going to eat Legacy's lunch if they can expand beyond China. And they've started to expand a little bit to Europe. So you're starting to see bits and pieces of that, but that's being offset by some protectionism. And in general, the Chinese like, high tech, and they respect Tesla from what I see, and the sales are still pretty strong for Tesla versus other legacy auto brands. So Tesla does have that image of being high tech, um, whereas legacy autos have that image of being laggards, and the Chinese auto brands um, have they've put in things that Tesla probably wouldn't put into their cars because Tesla aims for simplicity and scalability and lowest cost. Like, I don't know if you've seen like those dancing cars or whatever, or all kinds of luxury doodads in the interiors. Um, and Chinese consumers like that kind of stuff, but they also like just technology. And Tesla has a very technology oriented brand.
Yeah. I mean, I think looks like they're starting to realize they can't keep up with the price cuts, as the article said. And I think they're hoping. I mean, I guess let's kind of step back, and they're essentially trying to find the optimal point in price times sales minus costs, basically. Like they're trying to maximize their profits, and maybe they believe that their prices aren't as elastic as they thought, and they're reversing course. Maybe they think that they did too much in terms of cutting prices, and now they're testing the other side. They don't want to participate in. They don't want to participate in a price war. It looks like. I guess we'll find out. I don't think anyone knows what. I don't think anyone really knows what it's going to mean when they increase prices. What's going to happen? There's like sales. I guess only data will show going forward. I think that they will lose sales at a more rapid pace after they increase prices. But BMW, Mercedes, their brand power has surprised me over the years. So maybe it will continue to surprise me. I guess we'll see. Very interesting move, though. Very interesting move. All right. We have Michelle on the board. We have Sierra in in listener mode. If she wants, I know. I think she says she's sick, so maybe she can't come up, or maybe she's busy. But if she can, we can talk some AI. In the meantime, while we have Michael here as well, let's go to Michael. I want to talk about James Katz's thread. Did you see his earnings preview?
Yeah, I
No.
did. I thought it was pretty solid. I like his forecast. Um, I think it's interesting is there are some very positive things to highlight there. One thing is that
Well,
I
Michael,
believe if
your connection is bad, so I'm going to put you on mute. And I'm just going to read through this. So at the top of our screens is James Katz earnings preview. Let's go through this item by item because there's a couple of things I disagree with here, but mostly I agree with him. And obviously he has a good track record. So Q2 2024 income statement, FC details, and space summary. Original share with subscribers on July 2. He has a subscription business as well. In this post, he says, I will break down the assumptions behind the numbers in my forecast line by line. Okay. Automotive sales, he's got the actual numbers 444,000 deliveries, 250 million deferred revenue per their guidance. Okay. Forecasting flat QOQ ASP. Positive forces driving ASP up. Higher Cybertruck sales and overall sales mix. Okay. Higher Europe prices. Higher FSD take rate. Yeah. I don't know if FSD take rate increased that much, but I guess we'll see. And even though Cybertruck sales are higher, it's still very, very immaterial in Q2. Sales mix improvement. Higher percentage of cars sold outside of China. China vehicles had the lowest ASP, so a smaller percentage of China sales in the overall mix will push ASP higher. Okay. Negative forces driving ASP down. Lower FSD price. Model Y, long range rear wheel drive, lower ASP than long range all wheel drive. More Model 3 sales. Slightly lower US Model Y prices after financing impact. Lower SX sales in total mix. SX have higher ASP, so fewer sales disinflation. Okay. Regulatory credit sales 450 million. All right. He's forecasting a slight increase in COGS. Positive forces driving costs down. Raw materials decline. Battery costs, metal costs, etc. Increased Cybertruck and 4680 production economies of scale. If there's any of that, it's probably very immaterial in my opinion. Higher Berlin Model Y production economies of scale. Okay. Offsetting this, forces driving costs up. Lower Austin Model Y production, reverse economies of scale. Less efficient China production because of production cuts in Q1, 223,000, Q2, 200,000, 131,003, April, May. Less China production, overall production mix, Q1, 52%, Q2, 49%. Net effect of all of this, I expect automotive gross margin to decline QOQ from 16.4% to 16.1%. Yeah, I mean, we said in this space it's probably going to be flat. ASPs and margins should be about flat QOQ, so he pretty much agrees with that. Okay. Energy. This is really where I disagree with him quite a bit. I noticed Alexis here too. Let's bring him up. And Yoda is here. Anybody else who's taken a close look at forecasting quarterly financials, you may request to speak. So in energy, James Katz says, the P&D report showed massive growth in deployment to 9.5 gigawatt hours from last quarter's 4 gigawatt hours. The increase in deployments will impact the recognized revenue number considerably. However, forecasting this line is much more complicated than this because Tesla has been lowering prices over time. So price per megawatt hour will keep falling. In parallel, lithium prices in China keep falling, and this will act as a tailwind for growth and will support energy gross margin even as Tesla has lowered prices. He assumes that price over cost cuts relatively offset one another. So price and cost cuts relatively offset one another. Margin stays flat in the low to mid 20s. So this is where I disagree. I think that energy margins will continue to go up. And I think Michael agrees with me. Michael, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Is my connection better now? I hope.
Slightly, yeah. Just
Okay. So basically, the reasoning for Tesla energy margins to go up is that there's a lot more deployments. There's economies of scale that you get as you get more deployments, and the second piece is that they have these performance obligations that once the battery's installed, they defer some of the revenue to get to those performance obligations. And once they meet the performance obligation, then they can recognize this revenue. But the thing is that most of these performance obligations don't have associated costs. And so they could basically recognize revenue that is pure margin. And so over time, the 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 gross margin should drift upwards. So I think it's probably going to be closer to 30% and possibly even higher. But there's a lot of variability because we don't there's a lot of uncertainty around how that's going to play out exactly because of we don't have that clear of a view into how how much revenue has been deferred and when it's being recognized.
yeah, so I'm still very skeptical on the whole performance obligations thing. That it's going to drop down 100% margin theory. I mean, maybe we'll see if it happens, but I'm not taking it as 100% certainty. Let's see tomorrow. But my optimism on energy margins comes from the continued production ramp. Tesla Energy appears to have reached production capacity, or they made some great progress throughout Q2, and that alone, I think, will increase margins quite a bit tomorrow on Tesla Energy. So I think he's wrong on this one, on the energy side, and I say that with respect to respectfully, because he does have a good track record. I offered him a coffee bet, but he liked it, but he didn't accept it. So I guess the coffee bet is not on. But we'll see tomorrow. I would be shocked if energy margins went down tomorrow. Michael, what do you think is the probability of Tesla energy margins going down quarter over quarter tomorrow?
Like less than 10%.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too, yeah.
I think they'll say that by the way that Cybertruck was gross margin positive, slightly in Q2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reasonable, and that's what we said too. I think gross margin, maybe contribution, maybe gross margin. I mean, they're pretty much the same thing when you have a full factory going anyway. But I think they'll say positive. Maybe they'll say that, but it's still a headwind. So if it's lower than the average gross margin of the company, then it's still a headwind, Michael. I think that was the disconnect a couple of days ago when you and I were talking. Omar chimed in as well. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I would say I was trying to frame it as incrementally positive, like from Q1 to Q2, it will help gross margin. It will still be an overall drag on the margin, like it will pull it lower versus Model 3 and Y, but incrementally from
You're confusing people. You can just say gross margin positive for the product, but still a headwind for the company's overall gross margin. Fair?
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay. So let's continue here. So he says, in summary, energy revenue up 118% quarter to quarter to almost 3.6 billion. Do you think that's going to happen, Michael? Do you think the energy revenue will double, more than double quarter over quarter?
I'm wondering actually if he's just, well, he did say lower ASP for energy. I don't think it's going to double. Um, maybe it will be like close to double, um, or maybe just slightly above double. But I don't. 118% seems a little optimistic. What was it? Was 9.4 gigawatt hours in Q2 versus I think 4.5 in Q1, right? So what's that?
9.5 versus 4.
I'm actually not sure that those numbers are correct. I know for sure it's 9.4 in Q2. I think it was
All right, let
more
me
than
see.
4.
Let me just find out real quick. Q2 was 9.4. So you're correct. He's wrong. 9.4. And then Q1 4.05. So 9.4 divided by 4.01 would be, or 0.5 would be 132% increase quarter over quarter. He's saying 118%, so he's assuming slight decrease in ASP. I don't think it's going to be triple digits quarter over quarter. I think this 9.5 figure is just deployments. I think the revenue recognition is going to trail. So there's that. But I think his margin assumption will prove too conservative. You agree with me?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay. Let's continue then. I think down is more likely because Tesla would still be working through 2023 backlog in Q2 2024. He says gross margin moves from 24.6 to 23%. I mean, I hope that he takes my coffee bet at some point, but that is a big call. Like if that happens, then Tesla Energy's intrinsic value drops substantially. If what he said happens, that's a problem, right, Michael? You have it at 30%, right?
I think it's going to be closer to 30%.
Yeah,
But
I
again,
agree.
the error bars on that are large because of, you know, it doubled. We don't know the exact ASP change, and this accounting is a little bit opaque still.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's gonna be close to 30% as well. Let's see. Cost decrease will accelerate over time, but so do price cuts. Okay. Tesla has made several price cuts to Megapack over the past year. April 2023, Tesla introduced Megapack price cut. 2-year wait time remains. August 2023, Sawyer Merritt says, breaking. Tesla has decreased the starting price of its 2-hour Megapack commercial energy storage product by 22%. Tesla's 4-hour duration variant received a similar discount. Okay. January 2024, Tesla drops the price of its 2-hour Megapack variant by over $40,000. April 2024, Tesla has reduced Megapack pricing by 10,000 or 0.5%. So it's a couple more percent, 25%. Yeah, they're just passing on the raw material price cost decreases. All right. So Automotive, Michael, me, and James. Michael, James, and I agree that probably going to be flat quarter over quarter, right, Michael? Margins?
Flat to slightly down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then energy, you and I agree that revenue growth quarter over quarter, not year over year, quarter over quarter revenue growth is not going to be triple digits. He thinks it's going to be 118%. But you and I agree that gross margin will probably closer to 30, whereas James Cat thinks it's going to go down quarter over quarter. Okay. I see that you're giving me 100 emoji. So it sounds like you agree. Good. Services and other sequential growth expected at relatively flat quarter over quarter margin. What do you think about that one?
That one's kind of tough as well. It has in the past fluctuated with used car prices a little bit, and in general, the revenue kind of grows in line with how the fleet grows, which makes sense intuitively. So I do think, and it hasn't changed much in the past few quarters. It's been around like 5% gross margin. So yeah, I think I don't differ vastly from James on the service line.
Yeah. So I think people underestimate how impactful the higher used vehicle values were in improving that services margin over the last 2 years. So now that that's reversing, I think that there is some potential for downside surprise for services and other items.
Well, that has been going on for a while, though. The used car prices unwinding, and so far, Tesla the gross margin has come down. At one point, they were like, I think even in the double digits. You can fact check me on that, but I think they were at one point with services margin. It has come down a bit and steadied around 5%. That's why I think it's probably going to stay around there.
Well, I mean, they're making new lows now. I publish Tesla weekly updates for my patrons. Highly recommend people to sign up for Tesla Patreon, Tesla tier, which is $10 per month or higher. If you want to be as cool as Sierra, for example, sign up for the Value Patreon, and you'll get macro updates as well. Michelle, where are you at?
I took the lowest, but now I feel absolutely no pressure whatsoever to upgrade.
If you want to be as cool as Omar, then just don't set your expectations so high. You're never gonna be half as cool as Omar. So, but he's here now. Omar, how are you?
Hey, doing good. Excited
Good.
for earnings tomorrow.
Yeah, we're talking about earnings preview. So I pinned at the top James Cat's summary, and we're just going through that. And let me just summarize for those who just joined. So in the first section, James Cat for Automotive says revenue, basically, ASP flat quarter over quarter, and margins slightly lower quarter over quarter, but 16.4 in Q1 to 16.1% in Q2. In my book, that's flat. That's a flat margin in my book, and that's what we've been saying for Q2 versus Q1. So Michael also thinks it's going to be flat to slightly lower. So we're all on the same page on the automotive side. On energy, James Katz says 118% quarter over quarter revenue increase. I think that's way optimistic. I think he's going by the deployment figure going from 4.1 gigawatt hours to 9.4 gigawatt hours in Q2. And he is assuming a bit of a ASP decrease for energy megapacks. But I think the revenue recognition will trail that deployment jump. First, on that, what do you think, Omar?
It could be. I mean, the revenue recognition of these things are still a little bit opaque. So hopefully they provide us a little more color tomorrow on that, and we can see what the numbers actually end up being.
Okay. And then on gross margin for energy, James Katz says it's going to go down. And Michael and I think it's going to jump up to about 30%. What do you think?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, I would expect the margin to improve as Lathrop ramps. At the same time, you have seen battery prices falling a little bit worldwide. So if the price fell faster than COGS, it's possible you could see the margin contract a little bit.
Oh, Michael, did you hear that?
I missed the last part.
He said you can be right or he can be right too. He's playing Switzerland when it comes to energy margins.
Oh wow, wow.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
know.
enough to be informed about which it's going to be. I don't know what the magnitude of the price changes were or anything, but yeah, there could be arguments that the prices fell or that they ramped. It just depends on which was a stronger effect.
Well, I guess we'll see tomorrow. Is
Well, one thing I can say pretty confidently is that longer term, with the Shanghai mega factory ramping, energy gross margins will be higher than where they are today.
okay. All right, Michael. So it's 2-2 now. Maybe we should do a coffee bet without James Catt's consent and just do like 2-2 or something. This is a big deal. Like this energy gross margin is a big deal. You know, if it goes down tomorrow, despite deployments more than doubling, even if the revenue isn't going to more than double because the revenue recognition will trail, if the margin goes down tomorrow, that's a big deal for energy valuation. It better step up quite a bit. Michael?
I agree. It better step up, especially since very recently Tesla cut prices again. And you know what? To me, that means that they're feeling pretty confident about the production ramp and also about the margins, um, because they have a backlog, like a
Yeah,
few
you're cutting off.
quarters.
You're cutting off. So when you talk, just keep it very tight because you're cutting off. All right. Let's go to services, Omar. Services, he has one sentence and says sequential growth expected relatively flat QOQ margin. Sequential growth expected at relatively flat quarter-over-quarter margin. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty safe expectation. I have heard that used EV sales are pretty hot right now, especially with the used tax credit. I mean, I don't know how many Tesla has under 25K, but used vehicles are actually counted in the service margin. So that can push it up a little bit too if they're having a good period with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there. So I think in the last year or two, services margin improved on the back of strong resale values, and I think that may reverse a bit in the coming couple of quarters here because um, EV resale values have declined rapidly, and they had paused around March, April. The decline had paused around March, April because of tax returns, just seasonally, and they recently started resumed declining again in the last few weeks. Model 3 and Model Y resale values are declining pretty fast, and FSD resale value is also very low. And I was just mentioning before you joined that I publish Tesla weekly updates. Part of it is tracking these resale values, which plays into services margin as well as demand on the new vehicle side. Those are indicators. Michael?
I was just not sure, but I know that they listed a lot of demo vehicles with discounts in Q2. I don't know if that would hit the uh, regular automotive or services because it's technically used.
The demo vehicles are selling on the new inventory side, right, Michael?
Yeah, I guess they are. So I guess it goes in the regular automotive line.
Yeah. Omar?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're counted as new or not, but they are sold at a little bit of a discount. And just as an aside, I wanted to mention really quickly that it seems that FSD 12.5 is now rolling out to employees. So the build number is 2024.20.10, and a few employees have gotten it so far. If all goes well, we could maybe see it get onto early access testers' cars this week.
Okay, great. Steve Saranka on YouTube live chat says, I was going to trade in my Model Y when I got my Cybertruck, but the trade-in offer was $10,000 under what I owe, so I kept it. Hmm. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see tomorrow. I mean, I don't expect services to be a material thing in the near future, but always interesting to try to guess what the margin is. I just kind of be prepared if the margin goes down slightly. That's probably because of used vehicle resale value weakness, um, which is going to continue until rates come down or until FSD becomes so good that people start buying Teslas primarily to use FSD. But I don't think we're there yet. All right. Operating expenses, R&D, slightly lower quarter-over-quarter R&D expense due to the severity of the cost-cutting efforts, is assuming a small decrease quarter-over-quarter as Elon was really into cost-cutting mode early in the quarter, and R&D spend is something management has control over. I don't know. I think, Omar, what do you think?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Michael, what about you?
Well, I think a lot of the R&D costs will shift into the restructuring charge because a lot of people were laid off, um, and so yeah, I think they were pretty hardcore about cost cutting. I think slight decrease quarter over quarter is underselling it. I think it will be a pretty significant decrease, um, probably closer to 10%. Um, then I don't know 5. What was the do you have the number in front of you, like how much lower James Cat is versus Q1?
Yeah, he has in his summary table for R&D, he has 1.05 billion, and Q1 was, one second. R&D Q1 was 1.15. So he's assuming, 9%, 8-9% drop.
Okay, yeah, that's probably only slightly conservative, but I think that's about right. I would probably put it a little bit higher, but about right.
Okay. And then SG&A, while Tesla's 15 to 20% headcount reduction will really show in OPEX lines in Q3 and beyond, I do expect some minor savings in the quarter. And for SG&A absolute, he has 1.25, and Q1 was 1.37. Wow, that's a big drop. What do you think, Michael?
I would agree. I think 10% is a good estimate of how much R&D and SG&A will come down, but a lot of that will be costs that are shifted into the restructuring charge.
Okay. In the restructuring section, he has $400 million, which is higher than Tesla's $350 million guidance in Q1 10Q. They said in April, we initiated certain restructuring actions in order to reduce costs and improve efficiency. As a result, we expect to recognize in excess of $350 million of costs, primarily related to employee termination expenses in the second quarter of 2024. He says, I wouldn't be surprised if this number is even higher because I think the cost cutting went further than they were initially thinking about in April. The net effect of this, I expect operating income to increase marginally quarter over quarter, operating margin to reach 7% in Q2 2024. So I'm guessing you agree with all that, Michael?
I actually think it would be probably even high. He said 400
Yeah.
million. I think it will probably be 450, maybe even as high as 500 million. And the reason why is because Tesla laid off the supercharger team after the 10Q was filed, like a week later or something like that. Um, and it was a significant team. It was 500 people, and I think that alone is around 100 million in cost. Um, so um, I think it's
Okay, we got you.
gonna
We
come in
understand.
higher.
You have to keep what you're saying to one sentence, 2 sentences max. You're cutting off. Hard to understand you. So here's the problem. In Q1, total operating expenses were 2.5 billion. And if you're saying 500 million restructuring charges, that's 20%. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be. Yeah. The restructuring is messy, especially in the quarter when it happens. Like, you're not going to see the full savings or even close to full in Q2. So I guess we'll find out. Also, they didn't cut 20% of people, right? They cut like 20,000 maybe. Yeah, you're gone, man.
Percent of people.
Yeah, Omar, what do you think?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was reading some tweets.
All right. So that's that. He says, one thing I'd like to add on automotive gross margin, I think there may be more risk to the downside for two reasons. One, this is the first quarter that Tesla has significant sales with 1% financing in the US. I could be underestimating the impact on ASP, he says. I think the risk that I underestimate the impact is greater than the risk of overestimating impact. Okay. Two, Cybertruck production cost. More production this quarter means lower production cost per truck, but I may be underestimating the impact on average cost per vehicle because the percentage of CTs delivered in Q2 is higher than Q1. I assume this impact is offset by lower costs in that. I don't think so. But there's risk that it isn't. So additional risk, yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. So generally speaking, we agree on automotive revenue and margins. And energy margins, I think he is underestimating. I think he's overestimating energy revenue. I think there's some potential for downside on services margin, but I don't think it's material. And I think you guys are optimistic on cost savings in operating expenses in Q2. Michael, then Motorhead.
Yeah, I just add that actually I think the revenue line that James has would be a record revenue, quarterly revenue.
Okay, great. Motorhead.
On the OpEx side, you got to remember that there's so many moving parts in Q2 this year that it's really confusing. But so you're going to have a lot of one-off things in OpEx, like restructuring, like Michael was talking about. But they said in the 10Q for the first quarter that restructuring charges would be in excess of $350 million. And like Michael said, after that, they fired more people. So it's probably, like I think 400 to 500 million is a good estimate. And that's about 11 cents a share for EPS. But the question is, they could totally offset that by selling a portion of their Bitcoin. So the question is whether or not they covered the restructuring charges with their Bitcoin sales, which were, valued at about 820 million at the end of the first quarter. So even if you plug in the average price for Bitcoin during Q2, they still have like around 700 million to sell if they need to offset any restructuring costs. But anyways, these are all one-offs, so I don't think anybody will really focus on them. I think what really matters is the automotive gross margin number, and if that's down Q on Q, it's going to be bad. If it's up slightly, I think that's already factored in. If it's up big time, then the stock will soar.
You basically just repeated what Michael said, and then you said something about Bitcoin sales, which I don't know. Omar, what do you think about Elon's profile picture change? Do you think they're buying more Bitcoin?
I don't think so. I kind of interpreted that more of a endorsement of the Republican ticket type of thing.
Really?
Yeah, the Andreessen Horowitz boys, the Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz, who run Andreessen Horowitz, they did a podcast and they mentioned that they were voting for Trump in part because of their frustration with the Biden administration's crypto policy, that Gary Gensler hadn't met with them, that no one wanted to meet with them, even though they're the largest crypto investors. So I think that's kind of like where the laser eyes comes from traditionally. It's a crypto thing. Then I think they kind of took their spin on that by making it red and laser eyes. I think they're kind of saying, we're supporting the Republican administration for this reason. And then they probably said, here, Elon, use this too. So I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with crypto. I saw it as more of a political thing.
X just sent me a reminder that my space is about to start. These bugs are wild. It's getting worse and worse and worse. It is not moving the right direction. Like, I don't know what's going on over there, but anyway. So weird. And then Motorhead said that he believes it's all about the automotive gross margin. I disagree with that as well. because I think energy gross margin is going to be the surprise here.
Well, I mean, the thing about energy is like people are going to just strip that out and say, okay, well done, thanks, But I mean, 87% of their gross profit came from autos in the first quarter. So I'm sorry, autos is still the dominant, earnings driver.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that changes this quarter.
I don't think I don't see how it can. Well, what's changed this quarter?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the deployments go up from 4.1 gigawatt hours to 9.4 gigawatt hours, right?
Yeah, I saw that, but it's
I think the revenue recognition will probably trail. But at the same time, energy gross margins have been higher than automotive gross margins. And now you have revenue increasing pretty rapidly too. So I think we're coming to a point where energy gross profits, the absolute value of energy gross profits, could be rising above Tesla automotive gross profits. Maybe not this quarter, but in the near future. Michael, what do you think?
I think the energy gross profits absolute dollar amount will be 1/5 of their total gross profits, close to.
So that's sort of like where we are right now, right? I think Q1 was 89% of total gross profit made up by energy. Let's say that maybe that goes down to 80%, like Michael says. That's once again, these energy stocks that do energy storage, hardware for a business, they trade at like 20 times earnings. I don't think you want to start like factoring that into the sum of the parts calculations for Tesla. It's also highly competitive. And if you think about it, all Tesla's really doing is sourcing battery cells and putting them into a storage, package. So, I mean, compared to making cars, software and chips like they're proposing to do, energy is really sort of low value added.
Edward, what do you think? Edward, you're on mute. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, sorry. I think that the revenue, energy and storage is a couple $100 million. That's over, I think. And then as far as the gross margins, automotive is about right. The regulatory credit's about right. Energy and storage is going to be over 900. That's going to be short of $1 billion, but that'll be a massive surprise if it's over $1 billion. And services is about right. I'm not sure about the services too much, but that's my opinion.
Michael?
Yeah, so I think the energy business is clearly value add because Tesla has 15% global market share. That does not happen in commodities markets. And the reason is because Tesla has a cost advantage, and they also have a software advantage with AutoBidder, and also a deployments advantage and lots of experience that they bring, and that's why their energy business is formidable.
Michael, do you think Tesla Energy's gross profits will ever rise above Tesla Automotive's gross profits? And if so, when?
In dollar value?
Yeah, when I say gross profits, I mean absolute value. When I say gross margin, I mean as a percentage of revenue.
I'm not like, I haven't thought about it too deeply, but my instinct says that it probably will not rise above in terms of absolute dollar amount. And the reason I say that is because I think automotive will return to growth after interest rates come down and as they launch new models in 2025.
Okay. Omar, what do you think?
I think eventually it will happen. It's just a question of what the time frame is. I could see it happening maybe around 2030. But Motorhead and the Tesla Bears have made this argument. They even made the argument about cars. They said, "Hey, Tesla's not even making the cells. They're just buying cells and putting it in a pack. And there is a little bit more to it than that. I mean, I agree for the most part that it is kind of a commodity to some extent. It's certainly probably less differentiated than the auto business. But at the same time, there are sort of value adds that you have on top of that. For example, the software experience, the orchestration, the ability to control these many megapacks as if they're one, solutions like their auto bidder software, which can analyze markets and figure out how to charge and discharge the pack autonomously to generate revenue without having to have a ton of people managing it. They have functionality such as their virtual machine mode, where they can actually make the batteries emulate the profile of, a natural gas generator. So rather than just spinning up all at once like a battery, you can sort of make it look like it has the ramp up pattern of a natural gas turbine that's spinning up. And, a lot of different things like that, a lot of different tools that have been built up over time since they did that first battery deployment in Australia. So they do have some great software features that set them apart from the pack, but ultimately a battery is just a battery.
Just FYI, I've never said that Tesla's auto business is a low value added business because they're not making their own cells. But just a question to Michael, who knows more about energy than I do. Who is the number one market share storage player out there who's a rival to Tesla Megapacks?
Tesla is number one right now. They have 15% of global market share. I think number two is Fluence.
Well, no. What about cattle in China and BYD? I thought they were the biggest in the world.
They're the biggest on battery cells and like automotive inputs.
No, they're making megapacks.
Yes, but they're not the biggest in that. Only in China, they're the biggest on that.
Well, I'm sure they can sell to Australia as well if they wanted to. Sure, given the concern about, well, it's not true. They're selling BYD cars like crazy in Australia now as well. But I'm just saying, it's like, if cattle and BYD get very serious about their energy storage business, which I hear they are, it seems to me like it'd be very easy for them to sort of leapfrog Tesla's global market share of 15%. And this is why I'm saying it's not a very high value added business, especially because Tesla is not making the cells by themselves.
I'd just say that your electricity infrastructure is critical infrastructure, and there would be some hesitancy from other countries to deploy Chinese batteries with Chinese software compared to Tesla, who has global operations for energy, and that's why they're the global leader, while CATL takes the lead in China. But Tesla's building a mega factory in China as well for energy storage. So clearly, they think they can make inroads there.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they think they can, but I'm just saying that when it comes to a competition between the battery cell makers like Cattle and BYD versus Tesla, who does not make battery cells. I mean, they make 4680s, but it's not going very well. I think that these guys have an advantage because they're more vertically integrated than Tesla's energy business, which is simply, assembling, megapacks.
Okay, thank you. Machine.
It's really, common sense that long term, the margins on the battery business are going to be market rate, maybe a few percent above other competitors. But there's going to be a lot of competition. It's not that hard to pour some concrete and make your pack be the size of a semi trailer.
Okay,
it's not that hard.
You guys are all saying the same thing, just in different words. Everybody's trying to one up each other for being more colorful about this. We get it. Okay, it's simpler business. But the question is, what do you think about tomorrow? Tomorrow, Tesla's going to announce Q2 earnings. We just went through James Katz's estimates. But before that, Omar?
So I went ahead and looked up some information. It looks like the last data we have, Tesla's about 25% of the North American market. They're about Fluence is about 22%, and then SunGrow is about 13%. In the Asian market, Fluence is 19%, Nidec is 18%, and BYD is 17%. And then in the Asia Pacific market, they have SunGrow, CRRC, and some other company with its name written in Chinese that I can't read.
Machine.
First, just one more comment. I don't know if this has been said, but the market for energy, the demand, is much higher at lower prices than present day. You're not expanding volume 10x and getting people to pay the same price per kilowatt hour as they are today. There simply isn't the market for that. So it will push down margins. Now, as for tomorrow, I think the main thing is trying to study the automotive margins, which I'm not an accountant. I don't really fully understand how the interest APR financing affects the margins immediately. I would just say the picture moving forward the next few quarters, people are saying this is the bottom. Margins are going up. If you look at as you know, the used car prices are still started going down again. And so I'm not optimistic that this is the bottom.
Yeah. Are you going to contribute anything original?
Maybe not. I mean, I haven't been paying attention, so I don't know.
How are you positioned for tomorrow?
I'm not really invested. I did just for fun to try to make a iron condor, way out of the money, just to see the volatility reduction that happens after earnings, to see if can make some money there, just on a little position that's like 20%
Well,
out of the
what's the
money.
little position?
What's that?
Can you say that again? What's your position?
Iron condor. It's like you're basically positioning that the stock is going to move plus or minus 20% or less, and then you make money. And if it goes
Okay,
more
so
than 20%,
you're selling volatility, basically.
yes.
Okay, can you just say that?
But it sounds fancier when you say iron condor.
Yeah. I pinned at the top of your screen the link to the YouTube video. Ad revenue from YouTube helps finance this space. Tesla Live will be financially sustainable when YouTube subscribers reach above 100,000. I think that's going to be the point when this thing finally. So if you could please go up, subscribe on YouTube channel. Henry.
Hey, Yaman. No, just gonna say that one thing we need to keep track on is the development with whoever comes into office about the IRA, because that's generating a lot of demand for battery storage, because project companies are now able to transfer now when they do a battery storage project, they generate these investment tax credits. There used to be tax equity players in that field under the old rules, but the IRA allowed the transferability of those credits, and that's you don't need you don't need a lot of tax liability to be able to do one of these projects and take in the tax credits now. You can simply put the project up, get it up and running, and then sell those credits to anyone that has a tax liability. So so they're getting credits on investment, and Tesla's getting credits on making the battery packs. So it is driving a lot of demand, I believe.
Henry, what do you expect for Tesla Energy gross margin tomorrow?
I'm more in line with you. I don't think around the 30 mark. I don't think it's gonna go up to 50%, as I've heard some people say. But yeah, I think 30% sounds about right.
Machine, are you still thinking 50%?
Listen, I honestly don't know. That was just based on what. No, I don't. Sorry, now I remember that Michael corrected me in terms of how much deferred revenue was this sort of pure profit.
Yeah,
So
I remember that. So James Katz says Tesla Energy gross margin will go down from Q1 to Q2. What do you think about that?
I have not looked at his studies. That is surprising, I will say. Does he give a reason?
He says, yeah, he does. Hold on 1 second. I'll read it to you. His reasoning is price cost cuts relatively offset one another. Margin stays flat in the low to mid 20s. And then he says gross margin moves from 24.6 to 23%. I think down is more likely because Tesla would still be working through 2023 backlog in Q2 2024 when lithium prices were still higher. Cost decrease will accelerate over time, but so do price cuts. Go ahead.
Those are good points, and he's probably studied this way more in detail than I have. I would just say that the price cuts, I thought, that happened last year, I think that was last year, not early this year. I wasn't thinking that would come into play necessarily this early, that the units being deployed now still would have been ones purchased at higher ASPs, but I could be wrong.
Okay. While you talk from both sides of your mouth, Ewart H on YouTube signed up for a membership on YouTube, which is great because that gives some visibility to the channel, I believe. So the more members, the better. The more subscribers, the better. It's difficult to find the value analyst channel on YouTube. So hopefully people subscribe through the link at the top of your screens. Subscriptions on YouTube, subs are free on YouTube, just literally one click. Memberships are, I think, about $3 per person per month. So they all help. Machine?
Listen, I just here to help you support your
I don't know what the hell you're
finances.
here for because you haven't come up for the last few days. Now you're coming, you clearly haven't paid any attention to anything that's happened, and you're just taking up space. Like one of those people who just breathes the oxygen we have in the world and doesn't contribute anything.
Listen, I'm here for partial entertainment. At least some people appreciate it, and I just want to help support your space, and you get the money you need to reverse those pre-puberty hormonal blockers that your mom got you.
Yeah, let's switch to that topic. Omar, what do you think about the live stream, the 2-hour live stream with Jordan Peterson?
Well, I thought Jordan Peterson did a great job interviewing himself. I learned a lot about his theories of Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary and all that stuff. So kudos to him for really interviewing himself very well.
Yeah, I'm always amazed when Elon gets interrupted. He just never loses it. Like if it was me sitting in that chair and I got interrupted so many times, so often, I'd be like, I would just walk up and leave. I'm like, I thought, what is this?
Yeah,
Edward?
he'd just be talking and Jordan Peterson go like, yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, dude, 1 million people are not tuned in to hear from Jordan Peterson, okay? They want to hear what Musk has to say. And he actually had some interesting info at the beginning about their new data center, things that are actually, somewhat material to the companies he's talking about. But, I think he really kind of wanted to get his own ideas out there too, or kind of, bounce them off Musk. But there were a few interesting tidbits in the interview that we hadn't really heard before.
Well, tell us about him. What did you find? Because I actually missed the first section.
Um, well, the data center part, and then he was talking a little bit about his transgender son Xavier. He's made some more sort of comments. So, he's been kind of like making a lot of comments about transgender people and gender affirming care that some people have been offended by. And I think he's kind of really giving more color into why he's been making those comments. I don't think people are necessarily going to be any less offended if you believe in these things. But, I think he's very guarded of his kids, since he, even, ever since his first kid, which, he lost while the kid was an infant, sudden infant death syndrome. I think that has been really hard on him, maybe part of the reason he's had so many kids. And I think that, he feels that some of the medical treatment he was given kind of worries him. But at the same time, it seems like maybe, um, you know, not supporting whatever the child has decided to do is also kind of putting some tension between them. So, from what I understand, they don't really speak that much anymore. There was that famous court document where he said, "I no longer want to be associated with my father anymore. I want to change my name." So, sounds like kind of obviously something huge that's happened in his personal life, that he's been estranged from one of his kids. So, it is kind of interesting to hear him talk more about that in his own words. And, hopefully in time they can find some resolution.
Machine.
Yeah, listen, it's pretty clear Elon Musk has trauma and control issues and needs serious therapy.
Don't we all?
Yes.
Okay. Luce.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, nice. So I just wanted to say that I don't really believe the story of Xavier or whatever it's called in its entirety. In my opinion, Elon Musk is too smart to be deceived by some doctors or something. The truth, in my opinion, is that he thought he was doing the right thing, in my opinion, for his son. And that basically was even before he was informed by all the negatives involved. Yeah, just that. But yeah, thanks for listening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to dig into too much on the personal side of things. He shared what he wants to share, and I don't think it's our job to speculate about his personal life. Machine.
I mean, I've just got a small question, which is, does he even have, I don't know what the custody division is between him and Justine, but I don't know if he has controlling, deciding factor on these topics.
18-year-old plus, there's no custody anymore.
But didn't this happen before they were 18?
Yeah. I mean, generally, both parents need to sign off on, major medical uh, issues or treatments.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think it's kind of an interesting thing because, I have trans friends, and I think people obviously should be able to do whatever they want with their life. But it's definitely one of those things where, it wasn't really considered acceptable to talk about sort of the downsides, the medical risks, the dangers of these sorts of things. It was considered kind of, you know, anti-gay or whatever if you were to question these things. So I think that's kind of, partly what motivated him in sort of buying Twitter, really. If you remember, the Babylon Bee had posted some type of article or something. Um, so it was like some type of transgender joke. I forgot what exactly it was. It was like so and so named man of the year or something. And, they said, well, you can't post that, right? So this sort of idea that certain topics are off limit, like, okay, transgender people, they're this protected class. We don't want to say anything anti-trans. So, Twitter had rules that were like, for example, if you say somebody's old name, dead name them before, then you're banned from the platform, right? And it really wasn't conducive to people saying, hey, there are actually medical risks. Even if you think your kid is trans, you might not want to put them on puberty blockers or have them, transition. There is a legitimate sort of medical debate there that, I think people need to have. So I think just sort of allowing people to discuss things, even if it's something that some people are offended by, is generally pretty important and could maybe help some people uh, compared to if the Overton window is a little more narrow.
All right. Thank you, Omar. And thank you, Ewart and Christopher Roberts, for signing up on YouTube members. And Machine, thank you for nothing. I think that's enough for speculating on, let's go back to Tesla earnings. We have an earnings day tomorrow, guys. Michael.
I was just gonna say, if people were wondering why Elon pivoted to the right, it really was that 2020 to 2021 period when that kicked all of that off. And what the biggest thing was his son who transitioned is was a big piece of that. And the second piece was COVID and the California trying to keep the factory shut down just as Model Y production had hit its stride, was beginning to hit its stride, and other automakers were allowed to keep their factories open. So that really frustrated him. That was also around the time that San Francisco in general had started to go downhill in terms of population fleeing. And the fourth thing was that was the year Biden was elected, and then Biden proceeded to be pretty anti-Elon Musk and ignore Tesla and also push certain investigations of Elon Musk's companies.
And
So
ignore SpaceX too. Remember that?
yeah, so
Like
all of those,
every other world reader congratulated SpaceX for sending Americans to the space, and except for Biden. It's the weirdest thing.
yeah, so in summary, it was those four things: his son, which he feels he lost, the San Francisco decline, Joe Biden being elected and being kind of rude to him, and
Okay, back to earnings day.
Yep.
Machine. So you have your iron candor tomorrow, whatever that is. You're selling volatility, so you think the stock will move less than 20%, I guess. What's the expiration?
2 weeks out. I didn't do 1 week. I did 2 weeks.
Okay. Interesting.
Don't try this at home, but it's a small position.
Oh my gosh. X just sent me a notification that my space is starting now. I wonder what's going to happen in about 10 seconds. Will this end because that starts? Let's see.
It won't start unless you start it manually.
But I am started. Like I'm on right now.
Nothing's going to happen. Don't worry.
Okay. Michael, any comments on tomorrow's earnings?
Yeah, I'll say that the interesting bits is that revenue could potentially post a record quarter, and the other thing is that even though auto is going to probably be flat to down quarter over quarter in terms of gross margin, the operating margin overall will probably rise quarter over quarter.
Well, that's because of energy, right?
Yeah, but it kind of tells you, that auto is not the only driving factor anymore, like folks like Brad would tell you.
So if automotive gross margin, can you put yourself, come on, man. Is this the first time? What's going on here? Just because 9 p.m. Eastern doesn't mean it's casual Friday. So if automotive gross margin goes down, then, and you think energy is still going to be 1/5 of overall gross profits, I think total operating expenses, you're a little optimistic on total operating expenses tomorrow, which includes restructuring charges.
Yeah, but even so, I think that quarter over quarter, the operating expenses will, or the operating profit margin will increase.
Let me see. Well, there was a big drop in operating income in Q1 from Q4. So Q4 operating income was 2.06 billion. Q1 operating income was 1.17 billion. You think it's going to be above 2, Michael?
I don't have it in my head whether it will be above 2. I think it will be like probably 6.5 to 7% of revenue. Revenue is going to be 25 billion, so whatever that works out to.
Michael, Machine?
Yeah, I just think Michael has gotten too cocky along the
Yeah.
same timeline as Elon Musk.
Yeah.
First he was making ridiculous predictions about production in Q2 that were so wrong, even from the beginning. And then he got to ask a question at the shareholders meeting, even though it was very awkward, very bad. But he felt confident. And now he's going around with his speaker unmuted. Egregious.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous. Who does that?
Well, it
Ever
sounds
since
like maybe he's in a car and he doesn't have voice isolation mode on.
I mean, how dare you drive while in the space? But ever since he asked that question to Elon, and I congratulate him in here for asking a really good question and representing space well, he just kind of like, got cockier and cockier every single day. Edward?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not adding any more positions prior to this, but within the next couple weeks, regardless. I mean, I'm a super long, so in a high amount of like Tesla long shares, so no options or anything. But I wouldn't change anything, even though they're predicting 9% move. I think that's a little ridiculous. I think the most it's going to move is like 4 or 5% either way.
All right, that's pure speculation, Mike. Pure speculation. Even though Michael and Machine agree with you, we don't do pure speculation. We do a slight speculation, just the right amount. Machine?
Yeah, in terms of super long, yeah. Iman's mom also said I'm super long.
Okay, Luce. I was looking at our demographics of our listeners on YouTube statistics. 99% male, and I think it's because of you, Machine. Scaring away all the ladies.
So on point 5 of Trump agenda, he says that he wants to stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturer superpower. So how can Trump achieve this point without new incentives? Could this mean new incentives for Tesla somehow?
Omar?
New incentives? Like what kind of incentives?
Yeah, so let me explain. So when Elon Musk was asked in the last investor meeting why he is now friend with Trump, and he says that basically he was able to be in line with Trump when speaking about making things in America and the fact that he makes cars in America more than anybody else. And adding to that, Trump as a point is called Agenda 47 on its website. And one of the points is stop outsourcing and turn United States into manufacturing superpower. So the point is,
well, generally there could be some policies he
No.
adopts that are business friendly, that relax regulation, that maybe benefit from Tesla in one way or another. But also protectionism isn't necessarily that great. If they were to, for example, put huge tariffs on Chinese imports, that might not necessarily be that helpful. So, we'll have to see. Trump's kind of an unpredictable guy. I think there will be some bad and some good if he's elected from a regulatory side.
yeah. So another question that I had is that let's hypothesize that some kind of American-made incentives will be placed. Let's say, for example, how is Tesla positioned compared to its competitors if that happens?
Well, Tesla is generally more nimble, Luce. So I think whatever change happens on the regulatory front, Tesla will be able to adjust faster. Like, for example, when they changed battery material sourcing rules often, Tesla was able to adjust quicker than, say, Rivian or other automakers. And when COVID hit in early 2020, Tesla was able to adjust faster their microchips versus other automakers. So whatever comes Tesla's way, I think Tesla will be able to switch course quicker. And that's really all that matters. A few $100 million, a couple $1 billion of credits here and there is really not that material to the intrinsic value of the company, in my opinion.
I mean, I think Trump said in a recent speech, we need to make life good for our smart people. And Elon Musk's about as smart as you can get. So, I mean, he's very much a you scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of guy. I think if he's elected, he will, try and help those who got him into office. On the flip side, Musk is kind of taking a risk here. If Trump doesn't get elected and we have another Democratic administration, then they're not going to change their attitude towards him.
Okay. Ben K, you have to unmute yourself for us here.
Hello. Hello. So yeah, the energy business is like pretty low margin. I think that was already brought up before. But
That's
it's
not true. Tesla energy margins are higher than automotive.
So then why are gigawatts deployed so low since they bought Solar City out like 6 years ago?
Yeah, so Tesla energy business has mega packs and also solar panels / roof installation. So those are two pretty separate businesses. You're focusing on the solar panels. We've been discussing mega packs, which is the energy storage part of Tesla energy.
Which is
Okay.
also inherently low margin.
No, it's not. Go check your facts, then come back. All right.
Hey, Yaman, real quick
yeah.
on the energy part. So, Tesla has incredibly high gross margins on their energy business. I think, it would be interesting to see how much Megapack as a standalone division is doing. It's probably way higher. I think that Solar City business is probably diluting the profitability overall. But if you look at some of the Megapack rivals like Fluence and Nextera and stuff like that, they've got operating margins of around 1 to 4%. The question is, after the 25% gross margins that the energy division saw in Q1, question is, how much is their SG&A? Is it higher or in line or lower than the auto business? So that's the big question I have.
I mean, it's clearly lower than the automotive business. Michael?
Well, Fluent's gross margin is like 10% compared to Tesla's at 25%. So, obviously they have a much lower operating and net profit margin
Agreed.
than Tesla does.
Agreed. But if you look at Nextera, they've got a gross margin of 75% this year, 84% next year, and they've got operating margins of like 36% for both years. Is what the consensus is seeing. So it's like, which sort of SG&A percentage of sales does Tesla's energy business have? Fluences or Nextera? That's my question.
Well, Nextera doesn't make batteries.
So it's a fabless business model. They outsource the production.
Yeah, Brad, the this is very similar to, like, if you look at Ford Mach-E or Rivian or Lucid's margins, they're not that informative to Tesla Automotive margins. Tesla and Elon obviously have a much better control, generally speaking, on costs, and Tesla Energy has higher scale. They're growing really fast. We're only now going to start to see the impact of full running at full capacity of their later factory. So, like, Tesla Energy segment is an area where you have to think from first principles, or you're gonna get caught flat-footed here. And also, as a reminder, if I'm not accepting the request to speak, there is a reason. If you continue to request to speak, I will remove you from the space. Okay? Ben. Edward, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think you forgot to say bear on board.
Yeah, I did forget. And Brad is today especially ambitious about cutting people off and staying unmuted.
Sorry, I didn't know about the unmute situation and all that. I was just telling you what I thought. It's just we don't have enough information from Tesla on their, what is a superbly growing business, and I don't know why they don't disclose more data.
Okay.
Anyways, on that note, Yaman, thanks very much. I'm going to jump here.
Okay. All right, let's see what else is here. Here you go. There's an interesting quote from the Magic, another bear. If Magic is in the crowd, he's welcome to come up to speaker board. Let's see if he's here. We have a lot of bears in the audience today. What's going on here?
They're worried. They can't sleep tonight. I
Magic
think
says, profit margin, he posted a quote. Profit margins are probably the most mean reverting series in finance. And if profit margins do not mean revert, then something has gone badly wrong with capitalism. If high profits do not attract competition, there is something wrong with the system and it is not functioning properly. This is from Jeremy Grantham, which is, I believe he's the founder of one of the most successful investment management firms in history. And it's a value-oriented long-term portfolio, right, Magic?
That is correct. Yeah, was probably apart from obviously Warren Buffett, he's a very well respected investor. GMO.
Yeah, GMO
Capital. Yeah, we have. Right. I've personally spoken with representatives and know people that invest directly with him. It's very, very sharp fund and person.
Yeah, it's a very well respected firm, $118 billion. Although they've suffered from the general move away from value investing over the last decade or so, right, Magic?
Yeah, I mean, they have some interesting strategies. They've been right. They've overweighted Japan recently. I think coming into the year, which has been a big hit. And also moves. I mean, every value manager has struggled quite a bit, so not a great time. This is definitely a growth period. So every value manager is severely underperformed.
Yeah, Omar.
I think margins will definitely revert to the mean when you have a commodity product where it can be substituted easily with a different product. But there's all kinds of examples of companies that are differentiated that have higher margins on a sustained basis. Apple, for example, enjoys much higher margins than their peers. If you look at a company like Facebook that has network effects and control over a number of the largest social platforms, their margins are considerably higher than some of their other peers who are much smaller. So, generally, I think this is true for commodities, but it's not true necessarily when one product is much better than the other.
What's really interesting, Magic, is that you've proven once again that you know what you're talking about when it comes to the asset management industry. I'm not surprised. And GMO, I always say the best investment management firms, they're not on CNBC, they're not on like ARK Invest, they're not, they're like quiet ones. And GMO is one of those firms. Now that you remind me, let me see if I can find their track record.
Yeah, I mean, I think just in general, I think that's the hardest thing when you're projecting these sort of things. That the hardest thing that you're going to project into the future is a company holding on to their gross margins, especially if they have an above average gross margin for the industry. Is very hard to maintain that because assuming that capitalism is working, that any sort of excess profit margin gets competed away via more entrants into the market. That's just economic. That's just we've seen it over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
obviously an overly simplified view of the economy. In reality, companies have different margin profiles.
Yeah. What's their first fund, Magic? Do you remember?
I don't know exactly. I don't remember that back. I think the one thing that I would really recommend anybody here to read, there's a book called The Price of Time by Edward Chancellor. It explains how interest rates affect capital markets and speculation, and that was pretty much funded by Jeremy Grantham because Edward Chancellor is the thing. So that's a good book.
Okay. Well, their quality fund has 10 billion, but the inception was 2004. It looks like net expense ratio 0.5. Let's see, quality fund. Okay, 1 year 23%, S&P 500 24.5, 3 year outperformance of 1%, 5 year, these are annualized returns. 5 year outperformance of 1.2%, 10 year outperformance of 1.5%. Surprised they use S&P 500 as their benchmark, though. Let's see.
Yeah, that's strange. That's strange.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! I think. See, I remember this. I think they are more of an international equity firm. Like, aren't they known for the international equity value investing?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
more. Yeah, exactly.
Fund inception of international equity, 1987. Which, like, the fact that you're even around is a huge testament, I think, to their performance. 3-year outperformance of 2%, 5-year outperformance of 2.5% per year. These are annualized.
Yeah, and this is not just for the energy business. I mean, I think we have a lot of crossover via the Nvidia investors. I mean, it's going to be very hard to model out 75% gross margins into the future, right? That's why competition comes in.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. On the other hand, there are certain elements that are more durable than others. Like, for example, I think Tesla Energy has a scale advantage, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they had the first mover advantage, and I think they have, they do have, they had a pretty decent brand, brand association. I'm not sure if it's that strong at the moment, but for a good amount of time, they've had one of the strongest brands out there.
Yeah. So what do you expect for tomorrow? Any specific predictions?
Yeah, I think gross margins are auto is going to be down. Based on some of these incentives, I'm not sure how they're going to account for it. I think we understand how we should be accounting for some of these financing deals, but a lot of times with Tesla, they kind of like doing their own accounting. So it's hard to see how that's going to affect it. I think the economic impact is just it's worse. They need to offer more incentives to move metal, and it comes from somewhere, whether they capitalize it, whether they don't. I mean, economically, it's not going to be great. I think the energy's, like you said, like that part's growing, so they'll focus on that. But I'm not sure what else they're going to divert away from I guess the gross margin numbers, and let's see how many accounting accrual reversals they can play. That's the main question. Is as you know, Yaman, that earnings can move on these non-cash expenses, and you can just reverse some accruals. So it's hard to say what that final number is going to be, but yeah, we'll see, I guess, tomorrow.
Okay. Did you read James Katz's detailed preview?
I did not. No, I heard you guys talking about it, but what does he expect EPS, like 63 cents?
I don't know. I'm not as focused on quarterly EPS numbers as most people, but he basically says automotive is going to be flat ASP, slightly lower gross margin, which you and Michael agree with him on. He expects energy gross margin to drop, which Michael and I heavily disagree. And I think you probably expect energy margins to go up too, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the short term, I can see it staying flat or up. I don't know of it going down. I mean, I'm not too knowledgeable on the subject of energy storage. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I understand it, but yeah, I would be surprised if it went down right now. I mean, I can see it holding flat or maybe going up a bit, but I don't see it as extremely material at the moment.
Yeah. I think that changes tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the big thing is you got to look at how the mega caps are going to, like, their guidance in terms of capex spend. Like, how much are they going to spend on capex if it relates to AI and NVIDIA chips? If they guide lower, then that's not going to be good for the Mag 7. So let's see if anybody kind of hints forward guidance that they're not going to be spending as much on chips.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm expecting cash flow to be negative again this quarter.
Okay, that's a big call. I got to take you up on that. That's just ridiculous. Coffee bet?
Not operations, but total cash flow.
No, I got you. Free cash flow.
Yeah.
Coffee bet. What was your handle?
It's just negative. Magic Berry Inc.
Okay. Magic Berry Inc. And I'll take the other side. I think Michael just crashed his car when you said that.
I'm at the supercharger actually, but you can put me
Thank God.
on your side.
Yeah. How is that even possible? Tesla FCF less than 0 in Q2 24. That's a ridiculous claim. We have Angela to tell you the same coming up. Angela?
Hi, Yaman. Hi, you guys. Can I have a little bit of fun here?
Of
And
course.
just be a little conspiracy theory?
Sure.
So, I don't know. I think I joined the space a little bit late, but what do you guys think about this whole? I'm not a political person. I actually hate politics, but I think there's like a really great group going on right now, right? I think that Elon, David Sachs, uh, JD Vance is just a shield guy right now. So I kind of like what's coming up, in my own personal opinion. But I did want to ask about CrowdStrike, right? So we all know what happened, and Elon like kicked CrowdStrike to the curb. Could there be some announcement of an acquisition of a cybersecurity company? I think it would be really beneficial. Just outside thinking. The energy play, I absolutely loved. I actually called that like over a year ago, and I think it's only going to expand. And then I think that I don't care about the EV tax credits anymore. I think we're going to get energy tax credits going to Tesla as a revenue driver. Food for thought.
Yeah, that's all sounds good to me. Omar, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it necessarily makes sense to acquire CrowdStrike or a similar firm, but I agree with the rest.
No. Right. So he kicked CrowdStrike right to the curb because of the patch, falter. So I think he's going to acquire a completely separate, maybe a startup company or something around cybersecurity. No way would he acquire CrowdStrike.
Why would Elon acquire a cybersecurity company?
I mean, I think a lot so Google just did, right? So I think a lot of
Yeah,
the
sometimes that's really interesting you said that because as when I was an investment banker in M&A side, when one strategic acquisition happened, it would kind of kick off a round across the competitors and stuff too. But I don't think Elon thinks that way. And he's very, very much like really only first principles thinking. And
I would agree with that. So could he start his own cyber secure? I mean, cyber is going to become a really huge thing right now. Could he start his own? Could Dojo be part of a cybersecurity plan or no?
Omar?
No, I don't see it as something Dojo's relevant to at all, certainly, but I'm not certain. I mean, I don't really see the value of getting into that business. It's a pretty crowded field already.
Yeah, even CrowdStrike, even before this event, they had, I think, maybe zero profits, like very high PE ratio. So I'm not that surprised their stock is tanking
I
after
mean,
this
the
event.
problem is no one's doing it right. That's a problem. That's why, right? So that's why Elon kicked CrowdStrike. That was a really big statement in my mind. That's a huge statement to say you're gone, you're done. Okay, what's the solution going to be? Pan W or what's the backup plan? You have to have cybersecurity is growing every day. Like he's on this shit. So
Are you buying positions in CrowdStrike's competitors?
no. Trust me, I'm not a pumper or anything like that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Just wondering if
Trust
you
me on
were
that.
taking
Yeah.
positions.
No, I mean, I worked for Cisco, right, for many years, and cyber is a very difficult thing. And I mean, I even worked with the FBI. Like these big companies don't want to invest in cybersecurity, and until they start learning their lesson, I mean, time and time again, I don't care if you're Equifax or whoever you are, like you're going to get there's a time and a place that they've got to learn. And I'm with you, Omar, that Elon's not he's not a fan of acquisitions. I think he would rather create it on his own. But he, I don't know.
Okay, well,
Do you
let's
got
see.
yeah. Thank you.
Let's see. We can do a coffee bet if you want.
Oh, I'll do it. Yep.
Yeah. Have you ever done a coffee bet?
Nope.
All right.
But
First time.
I'm a triple espresso, so get ready.
Okay. So what's the specific claim? What's the specific prediction you'd like to make? That he will either acquire or start a cybersecurity company?
I don't think he's going to acquire. I think he already has something in his plan that is going to be around the cyber security realm. I don't know if it's Dojo.
But we
I
have
don't
to make
know.
it. We have to make it measurable. The
I
coffee
know we
bet.
do. Okay.
So if it's one thing if Elon allocates like another few $100 million or $100 million to cybersecurity efforts on Tesla, we would never even know about it, or he might say something on earnings call or whatever, but that's not really that material, right? Are you claiming that Elon will start a company like Neuralink or the Boring Company that is focused on cybersecurity?
I think he already has it started. Yes.
Okay. And the only way I would do a coffee bet on that is if, let's say, he ends up hiring more than 100 people for that company in the
Okay.
next like 3 years.
Okay. Deal.
Okay, deal.
I'd say
Sounds
500.
good.
I'll up it. But okay.
Okay, getting cocky over there. All right, okay. Well, let's hear what Tesla fanboy has to say.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Tesla fanboy, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you.
I'm experiencing technical difficulties. Just skip me. Thank you.
Okay. Omar, would you like to say a few words on that?
No.
Okay. All right. Michael, any other predictions for tomorrow?
No, just the ones that I've already said, that Cybertruck gross margin is going to be positive, that operating margin is going to be up quarter over quarter. There's a chance that it's a record quarter in terms of total revenue.
Are you in a position to look up your operating income forecast? The value?
Nope.
Okay. And you think operating margin will increase, right?
Yes, quarter over quarter, not year over year.
Okay. I mean, I think that's probably fine. All right, let's go through. Angela, I'm going to have to type that up later on because nobody's talking. So I need to talk.
That's cool.
Let's go through these. Are you guys still holding on those trading spaces? Angela?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, we are. Get free to join, please.
All right. Luce.
So thinking about the cybersecurity investment or a
No,
service
we moved on
that
from
Musk
that.
could provide. Yeah, I wanted to say something about that. Okay.
All right. At the top of our screens is a series of questions that we started doing in the earlier space, and then it didn't go anywhere because we had some technical issues. So I'm going to go through that real quick for a little bit. We talked about the convoy mode question from Jennifer. We talked about Henry's Tesla Financial Services question. Let's see if there's anything else. We talked about the $25,000. I don't think the $25,000 vehicle is coming anytime soon. Michael, you mentioned earlier in this space that Tesla will introduce new models in the next 12 months or so. Can you name them?
Well, I think what's missing from the lineup is like a compact hatchback, like smaller than the Model Y. They also are missing like something like a people mover, like a van, or something like a more boxy SUV. That's popular with consumers. I really can't say which direction they will ultimately go in, but I can only speculate.
Okay, so you're thinking cyber SUV, cyber van in the next 12 months or so. All right, Lincoln.
Hey, it's like over 100 degrees here, and the power went out. So we're just sitting in the Tesla and chilling out, and it's nice and air conditioned. Another reason why Teslas are so awesome.
Nice. Thank you.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go through these questions. What areas do you see capacity expansion and also CapEx spend in the next 12 months? I don't think that's top of mind right now because the current factors are underutilized across the industry. Accelerate Future asks, when can I buy Optimus? I think in the earlier space we said 2025.
2027.
Yeah, 2025 factory, 2026 sales to other companies, and 2027 is for household. Is the base case expectation right now. Michael, any thoughts on that?
That seems reasonable. I wouldn't differ from that.
Angela, what do you think?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
All right. Moving on to the next question. Natural science and history. I would ask Dojo and if Tesla are planning on selling raw AI compute and if the prices per megawatt with Dojo is cheaper than, say, for example, AWS. That's probably years out, right, Omar?
Yeah, probably. It doesn't seem to be a major priority. Once we hear like that they're working on it more concretely rather than it just being an idea, maybe we can start to put a timeline on it.
Has Tesla secured a long-term battery supply for the 100 million Tesla's fleet as you envisioned? Okay. I don't think battery supply is an issue in the industry right now, although it's probably not at the level of 100
Actually, we
million.
have too many batteries in the world,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
leading to a price spiral. So it's kind of a good situation in terms of battery supply. We got a lot, and we're building a lot too.
Yeah. Okay. What are Tesla's plans for expanding its energy storage business, particularly in terms of Megapack and Powerwall products? How do these contribute to the company's growth strategy? Well, there's a factory that Tesla started. I think they broke ground in Shanghai, but that's going to come online in the next couple of years. After that, we'll see. They haven't really said anything about additional Megapack factories. Can you discuss the impact of Tesla's insurance offering on the company's profitability and how it fits in the broader vision of Tesla as a sustainable energy company? We talked about Tesla insurance before. Um, it sounds like they lost a little bit of money, so they kind of slowed down their expansion on the Tesla insurance front. But in the future, when FSD is really, really, really good and people are using FSD across the board, 99% miles, then I think Tesla insurance will be a way for Tesla to encourage other insurance companies to lower their rates, accounting for Tesla's superior safety. Anything to add, Omar?
Nope, I think
Okay.
that's about right.
What steps is Tesla taking to address the challenges it faces in expanding manufacturing capacity, especially in light of delays in Giga Mexico project? I think, I don't think supply is the problem right now. How does Tesla plan to leverage its technological advancements in battery technology to drive growth in its energy storage and EV businesses? Not sure what that means, but do you think? What do you think is going, Omar? What do you think is going to be the tone around 4680 tomorrow?
I don't know. I mean, I think I think it'll be positive. Like, I think people honestly don't give them enough credit. You know, the 4680 structural pack I got in my Cybertruck, the fact that they made their own cells and packs is an incredible achievement. So I think that from some of the articles we've heard, they are making progress on even doing dry coating on both sides. I think this is going to continue to be important. On the other hand, if the IRA battery production credits are on the chopping block, it may change the calculus around 4680. So it will be interesting to hear his comments.
Yeah. Michael, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think 4680 hasn't met the expectations that they set for themselves. But it is a big leap, potentially a big leap in tech, in the cells. I honestly don't have a prediction on it. I think it's hard to know. So I'll just wait for the earnings call and see what they say.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're probably going to get a question or two on that tomorrow. All right.
For sure.
Yeah. What role does Tesla's supercharger network play in the company's growth strategy, and how does it plan to expand its network to support increasing demand for EVs? Omar?
Yeah, this is really, I think about the restructuring in the supercharging team. I think Tesla will reaffirm that they are committed to superchargers. They're committed to expanding the supercharger network, but they're just trying to do so in a more cost-effective way. And I think this could be because I think the majority of the layoffs started happening in Q2. So this could really be the first earnings where we get some color on that. You are going to see probably a restructuring charge, which a lot of people talked about. But if you have a miss based on, for example, a restructuring charge, most analysts will probably back that out and they'll start looking forward to what OPEX is going to look like in the back half of the year. So, depending on the extent of the cuts, the savings we had, it could be potentially, I think, a positive surprise.
Okay. One more insurance question. Can you provide an update on Tesla's progress in developing its own insurance underwriting system and how this will affect the company's financial performance? Yeah, I think insurance is in the back burner for now, especially with, it sounded like Zach was taking the leadership position on that. And with him gone, this is probably the back burner.
Yeah. I mean, I think that they were losing money on it essentially to subsidize the cost of insurance for Tesla owners. And they just really wanted to make it attractive. They didn't want to overcharge people. And so they're not making a ton of money on it. As the auto business has been challenged by the high rate environment and other factors globally, I think they said this is a important place to pull back and not expand to other states right now. But, as we come out of this, I could see them continuing to expand it across the 50 states.
Okay. How does Tesla's approach to vertical integration, particularly in the production of battery cells, contribute to the company's growth and competitiveness in the electric vehicle market? Yeah, that's another 4680 question that I'm really curious about the tone around 4680 tomorrow. Skipping that one, can you discuss the potential impact of Tesla's FSD technology on the company's insurance business and how this technology could disrupt the traditional insurance? We just talked about that a little bit. What are Tesla's plans for expanding its manufacturing footprint in Europe? How does it fit into the company's global growth strategy? What do you think, Omar? There was some news around Tesla getting approved for expansion, but on the other hand, sales appear to be muted, especially in Germany.
Yeah. I think Berlin, with the recent expansion, can do up to 1 million units a year. I think they're going to produce Tesla's next gen affordable models there. The sales of EVs in Germany in particular have been hit by the subsidies going away in those markets. So sales have been a little bit down there. I think Berlin probably provides them all the capacity they need for Europe in the short term.
And then the next question was about new product launches. And, they would say to that, this is not the place, but we don't have to say that. And Michael just talked about Cyber SUV, Cyber Van, and Robotaxi unveil, hopefully sometime in the future. All right.
Right. And don't forget the new, more affordable models that are going to be built on the Model 3 and Y line.
Looks like Michael agrees with you. When do you think they will come to the market?
I have no clue. I mean, they kind of just threw this out there at us. People are really confused about what it is. So I don't know if we'll get more color on that on the earnings call or not, but I would imagine they do an unveil after the Cybercab unveil. So that's kind of another question: is when's the Cybercab unveil now?
Michael?
Well, they did say that they want to bring those new models in 2025, and that it was an accelerated time frame versus what they had previously. And they previously communicated that they wanted to do the next generation in the back half of 2025. So the acceleration implies that it's the first half of 2025. And I think during the last earnings call, Elon even said potentially as soon as the end of 2024, but that's always Elon time. So, 2 weeks and such. So early 2025, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I do find it kind of hard to believe, honestly. Like, you're telling me that a new, more affordable Tesla model is about to hit the market. And like I think Elon even said like, "Hey, we'll do it end of 2024 if we can." Which, Elon always sets goals that are extremely optimistic. Whether it's actually possible for the team to deliver in that time frame is another question. I mean, we haven't seen an unveil, we haven't seen anything. So it's a little hard to believe that a new vehicle's coming in the first half of 2025. But if he did come out on the earnings call and say, "Hey, we're on track for this. Here's what we expect the price range to be," give some more details about this, it could be a pretty positive surprise if they're on track.
Michael, how would you, yeah, people are really excited about new affordable models, but from an investor's perspective, the margins, profit per unit is going to be very tiny, right, Michael?
Yeah, the margins will be tiny. Well, not necessarily tiny, but they will be smaller than 3 or Y. But they would sell a lot more because of the elasticity of demand. As you drop the price, there's a lot more demand. So I in absolute dollar terms, they can get a lot of growth versus margin percentage might come down.
Omar?
I don't think this will really be mentioned on the call, but I think Juniper is going to be an easy slam dunk next year. I was just riding around in my uncle's Model Y this weekend, and it's just a really great vehicle. Kind of one size fits all, great vehicle for everyone. The glass roof, the changes they've made in the new Model 3, the softer suspension, features like the screen in the back, the new seats, ventilation. It's a lot of really nice stuff they've done with their latest batch of technology. And I think bringing it to the Model Y, it's just going to be a huge sales catalyst, right? This is, really 50% of their volume. For the compact products, they have been working on this for some time in different forms, right? They were originally planning to build it on the unbox process. So, from my understanding, these new compact vehicles would have steer by wire. They would have an all new set of motors that didn't use rare earth metals, and they would have some other, innovations to help bring costs down. So I think really expanding the lineup into a segment that's smaller than the 3 and Y, that will expand the TAM in Europe and Asia. There's a lot of people who are looking for a smaller vehicle. So you could even sell like a model compact performance or something that has a relatively high ASP, and people might buy it just for that smaller form factor. So, I'm really interested to hear more about what they're planning to do here, but we don't have a ton of details about what that vehicle is actually going to look like.
Luce.
So I wanted to say that here in Europe, the price of gas is insane. It's here in Italy, it's almost 2 euros for a liter, and on top of that, the Italian government, for example, gave some incentives that basically you could have solar panels for free in your home, plus batteries, plus a charging station, for example. Many, many, many thousands of people use those incentives. If Model 2 gets released in Europe, even with low margins, will be insane. I think many are just waiting for that.
Luce, is it 4 a.m. over there?
Yeah, but today was an insane day. Like I'm trying to distract myself a little bit.
Why? What happened?
Well, it's a sad news. Do you want to hear?
I mean, only if you want to share. We do have a few hundred people in the
so
space,
my
but you don't have to
granddad
share.
died. Yeah.
Your grandma died?
Granddad, yeah, okay. He was
Grandfather
90
died?
years
Okay.
old. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear.
No problem. Thanks for asking.
All right. Omar,
Yeah, coincidentally, my grandparents' house burned down last night. They're both okay, luckily. But yeah, life can be crazy sometimes, so we're with you. Now, on the Tesla topic, you mentioned that the compact vehicles were going to be lower margin, which I think is true just from a vehicle hardware standpoint. But in an FSD world, a compact vehicle could probably generate around as much revenue from a sort of total revenue perspective, if we're talking about autonomous robotaxi rides, that type of thing, as say a Model 3, Model Y. So it really becomes something where it's able to have as much use. For example, it's just as useful in delivering a sandwich as a Model 3, right? If not more, because it has a lower cost per mile, but it's a little bit cheaper to produce. So it actually helps you expand your robotaxi footprint. And really dominating the robotaxi market is just going to be about having the most cars on the road. So having something out that, yes, it's lower margin, but it's actually helping to take the capacity utilization at their existing factories from around 1.8 million units today to about 3 million units is the number they threw out when they announced this. And at the same time, from an FSD perspective, FSD is going to be the same price on this car as it is on a Model 3 or Y.
Thank you, Michael.
I agree with everything Omar said. I just my hand earlier was I wanted to ask Luce what the Italian electricity prices are, and also I'm sorry to hear about your grandfather, and I feel for you.
Yeah, so I cannot give you an exact estimate, but are extremely high, extremely like all-time high. And the fact is that with these incentives of solar panels and batteries, all free, totally free, that hundreds of thousands of people used. Now, basically, I do, at least in summer, I don't pay electricity, and the amount of saving with a good electric car right now, it's so high that you see few hundreds of electric cars sold right now in Europe, generally speaking, in all countries in Europe. But this will change because it's a very good setup here. It just needs to be a little bit cheaper, I think, for the majority.
Thank you, Luce. All right. Moving on to the next question. Will Optimus be able to hang my Christmas lights? Omar, what do you think?
Well, it should be, it's supposed to. I mean, I don't know how dexterous it's actually going to be in real life, but the idea is to build something that can do pretty much anything a human can do.
Mm-hmm. How does Elon balance his efforts between Tesla and XAI regarding AI development, and does this pose any potential conflict of interest? Specifically, how are resources and innovations managed to ensure both companies benefit without overlap or competition? I think you might get a question around this tomorrow.
There actually isn't really much overlap. They're pretty separate. One's an LLM that's chatting with people on the internet, one is driving a car. So I can understand people's kind of worry about this, feelings of competitiveness, maybe a little bit of jealousy, but they're really doing separate things. It doesn't make sense for Tesla to train an LLM. So they're not really losing anything there. Tesla doesn't lose anything by having it be a separate business. They actually get to use it in their products for free. So I see it as a positive. Obviously, conflicts of interest and things like that do need to be carefully managed, but I haven't seen any evidence that there's excessive overlap or that the two companies are becoming competitive with each other.
Michael.
I just wanted to ask Omar, do you think that XAI could be beneficial to Tesla's autonomous vehicle development, and maybe LLMs could help with some autonomous tasks and kind of processing the world semantically? Because after all, humans process the world semantically, and so if you're going off the analogy that Elon always draws, that humans drive are able to drive with just a brain and a set of eyes. If you extend that analogy, humans reason semantically. So I wonder if LLMs have an application in autonomous driving.
I believe that a fully autonomous car really needs an LLM as a core piece of the tech stack. So, we drive, we don't just understand physics, we understand background, right? We understand that if there's a bunch of short people with backpacks, they're probably kids and not, little people or something like that, right? We understand this sort of context of the world. It helps us predict what's going to happen, right? When we see somebody who is, you know, not looking at us, or we see, what kind of clothes they're wearing, we see that someone's a FedEx employee, we can guess that he's probably about to walk over to the other side of the FedEx truck, right? Whereas, for someone who's not wearing a FedEx outfit, maybe it's not as relevant. So, long story short, we probably are going to need an LLM. The thing needs to be able to read signs. It needs to be able to converse with people. So, if a police officer says, "Hey, autonomous car, stop," and it says, "Hey, look, I'm going to need you to turn around. There's an accident up ahead." The car needs to actually be able to listen and do that. So, I believe an LLM is going to be a key piece of the puzzle. And I believe Tesla will be able to use Grok both for the voice assistant in the car and also as a subsystem of FSD. And this will probably save Tesla about $6 billion and a lot of risk. So I see it as actually being a pretty big benefit to Tesla. And in the future, I could see them potentially taking an equity stake in XAI or even merging Tesla AI and XAI. But for now, I kind of like doing it off balance sheet because it's a huge amount of cash burn and the market is oversaturated with LLMs. So it's a risky proposition. And also, Tesla doesn't really have any key advantage in making their LLM better than the others on the market. Whereas XAI has an agreement with X, X has an equity holding in XAI, where they're able to use X data and the X platform to make their model better.
Thank you. Next question from Ace Constantine. If it turns out hardware 4 is needed for autonomous driving, would Elon be willing to commit to design hardware 5 to be backwards compatible for retrofit with hardware 3 cars?
Look, don't worry about the hardware. It's not your problem. Okay, just drive the car, enjoy the updates. If you need an upgrade, then they will give you an upgrade. Nobody needs an upgrade, so that's why nobody's been given an upgrade. They'll continue to support 8 to 10 years back of hardware. So if you're driving a car that was made within the last 10 years, you're going to be fine. When your car is no longer supported, you can upgrade to a new car or upgrade the hardware if something's available.
Okay. I think Jake has some news. Jake?
Hey guys, just have an update here. Dirty Tesla just put out that I think he's not trolling, that he has 12.5. So just some news
Oh,
here.
holy shit. It's downloading on my car too.
There we go. Just some
Thanks
news
for coming in and telling me. I was too
No, of course,
distracted
man.
by the space.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So everybody's going to 0.9, but yeah, 0.10 is coming out. So
All right. If you have FSD, go check your cars to see if you have 12.5. If you have
Okay.
12.5, tell us about it. Come request to speak.
My Model 3 has it. Moment of truth. Does my Cybertruck have it? Let's see. Nothing on Cybertruck yet, unfortunately.
All right. We have Tesla Scope in here too if he wants to come up. I think David just came up to tell us about that too. Thank you, Jake, for letting me know. I sent a message to Dirty Tesla to see if he wants to come up and tell us about it, but he's probably just busy downloading and going for a ride, getting his setup ready. Omar, you downloading right now?
It's downloaded. I'm about to install it.
All right, great. You gonna go for a ride?
Yeah, once it's installed, I will, for sure.
Perfect. Rocco, you have it?
Not yet. I know it ran out to my car when I heard it, so it's not showing yet for me.
Okay, cool. Well, let us know if you get it. So far we have Dirty Tesla and Omar who has 12.5. Let me see if anybody else, and I can post this and see if there's anybody else too. If you see anyone else, you can just send a link to the space and we can hear their take on 12.5. This is a pretty rapid rollout from employees to the early testers, the OG testers.
Yeah, they must be pretty confident in it. Hopefully, it
Yeah.
means we see a wide rollout soon.
Yeah. If you
Okay,
got
this is one of those moments where you go down to your car physically to tap on the timer and skip the 2-minute wait.
How excited are you right now?
I'm very excited. End to end on the highway, baby. This is going to be big.
I just drove 800 miles yesterday. I wish I had it.
How was it, Rocco? How'd you like 12.4?
That was great. I literally just sat there and looked forward and didn't have to do anything.
That's awesome. Jake?
Yeah, I just want to ask Omar if there's any mention of like summon or banish in the release notes.
You know, I think if summon or banish were in this update, Elon would have mentioned it. So I think it's safe to assume there's no summon or banish. However, from what I've heard, Tesla employees have been testing summon and banish internally since 12.3. So it's just a matter of flipping that switch once they feel comfortable enabling it for customers. I could see that maybe being a 12.6. Today's really about the highway, which is going to be super exciting to see the performance jump there. Obviously, on city streets, it was a big performance improvement. I would hope to see the same on highways. Of course, it's also possible we could see some serious regressions, which wouldn't be surprising given it's a brand new stack, which could be a little scary at highway speed. So, wish me luck.
You know, this is my favorite part of Tesla Live when it's actually live and we get live news and everybody jumps in to hear the live news, what's going on, and Omar's installing. We're all holding our breaths at the same time to see how it's going to go.
All right, give me a second. Let me go out to my Cybertruck physically and check the software tab. Hopefully, it'll just magically be there, but probably not.
Okay.
Can I mention something really quick?
Yeah.
That if you have FSD, I would say physically check your car to see if you're on 2024.20.9, because that is the one right before 12.5. So you may have not gotten the notification, but if you go to your car and check, odds are you probably have it if you're coming from 14.9.
Tesla Scope, welcome.
Thank you. How's everyone doing today? A lot of exciting things happening just in the last few minutes.
Yeah. What do you got for us? Do you have 12.5? Do you have any details on 12.5? We're doing it live.
I'll say the F it. We're doing it live. I was literally Jake beat me just to communicating in that same sentiment is 100% go down to your vehicle and check manually. My vehicle, I'm doing the exact same thing right now, and it's now finally loading the update. It stayed on the checking for updates for almost about 2-3 minutes straight. So it's worth checking in this update. One thing I was recommended is that it looks like Tesla is going to expect and want most vehicles on the new build, the 2024.2.9, in preparation for receiving 12.5. So if you do receive that update, just install it. Don't worry about it. And because 12.5 is on 2024.20.10, you'll be eligible for it.
Great, thank you very much. If anybody in the audience has 12.5, please request to speak and let us know.
Once Omar and Dirty Tesla and a few others install the update, it is worth checking to see if it does work with sunglasses, as the release notes are still mentioning that it only works without sunglasses at the moment. So that still should be coming in a future update. Could maybe be a 0.1 update, or it could be in this update. It would be not be the first time that there's been a change not mentioned in the release notes. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Yeah, it could just be a copy paste of the release notes, or maybe it didn't make it in yet. I'll grab a pair of sunglasses and try that out.
An AI driver said, yes, was it yesterday he talked about this? Let's see. Today. He said 12.5 is going to be huge release. Hands-free, even with sunglasses, unified model for highway and city streets, 5x parameter count compared to 12.4, and Cybertruck owners' first ever experience with FSD, and celebrities. But we'll see. Omar says his Cybertruck doesn't have it just yet. Omar, did you check it physically?
I did, and there's nothing yet. My guess is it's ready to go out for the other cars, but maybe they need another day or two for Cybertruck. Also, I don't know if my Cybertruck's on the early access list like my other car, so um, I'm sure that it'll probably get it pretty soon.
Nice. We have a new speaker. Let me just check real quick. All right. Wit, go ahead.
Yes, Omar. I remember a couple months ago you saying that when it goes end to end on highway and city streets, that you would do a cross country hands free drive. Are you still thinking about doing that?
Of course, we got to do it. Now's the time.
I would wait for the Cybertruck. So hopefully, I hope in the next week or so it comes out for Cybertruck.
Yeah, that would be pretty badass to do the first coast to coast drive in a Cybertruck.
Omar, people are letting me know in the comments that they're still stuck on 12.3.6. Would you tell those who are in previous versions and obviously other than join Tesla Live and share the experience vicariously through Omar?
Well, all I can tell you is it'll be worth the wait. What I experienced yesterday on FSD 12.4 with my dad, and I just posted the full hour of 2 hours of driving across LA without a single intervention. So the software did an entire day of driving for us. Every single drive I did was handled by the software. It was about 56 miles of driving that I did that day. So FSD's miles per intervention is getting far above the average number of miles you drive in a day. It's really getting very good. And before I could barely hit the send button on that video a few minutes ago, now we've got a new version coming out that goes end to end on highways that supposedly may allow you to go hands free with sunglasses. That's going to be supporting the Cybertruck, although my Cybertruck doesn't have it yet. So the rate of iteration is really pretty crazy here. I know waiting sucks, but look at what happened with CrowdStrike. They have to validate it. They have to make sure that everything looks good. I have a feeling that 12.5 is not going to be a repeat of 12.4. I think this one will go wide. And well, of course, I have nothing to back that on. Maybe if I drive it and it's good, that'll have a greater likelihood of being true. But I think that it will go out to everybody, or I hope that it will go out to everybody. And I think it's going to be worth the wait. When people try FSD hands free, it is, this is really the start of FSD as a product. It's going to just be so much more attractive to people. And I think that the wide release of this version is really going to be the start of FSD becoming the norm for most people.
Will. Can you guys hear Will? Marcus.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting timing that 12.5 is rolling out right now, considering we've got the earnings call tomorrow. So I think, this is usually when a version of FSD rolls out, it's shortly after most earnings calls. So we don't really get much insight as to what the rollout plan is going to look like. And I actually think tomorrow we might actually get some pretty good insight.
Omar, what do you think about that? This update is coming just in time for the earnings call.
I'm not sure it's necessarily related. And, a lot of people say, well, why can't you just tell me? Why can't you tell me what's going on, when I'm going to get it? The thing is, they don't even know, right? They're releasing it and they're looking at the data that's coming back and they're making a decision about whether to roll it out further based on that. So if they told us everything they were doing, they'd say, hey, sorry, can't roll it out today. Someone murdered a cat or something. I don't know. Like, we don't want to know all the details. Okay. Just enjoy your life. It'll come to your car when it's ready. It may seem great, oh my God, he always gets the update. But what you don't see is that there's a lot of issues that are in the early updates. It drives slow, it's annoying, it almost, crashes into something. And that's not so great. Even though trying the new stuff is great, you usually want to be in the wide release. That's really when it gets good. And I think they're going to release this at the right moment. They're being very disciplined. I don't think people realize what a big difference there is between what's released, what most people have, 12.3, and the latest version they're running internally, which is like 12.6, 12.7 at this point.
Sure. Consider this, though. When it was 12.4.1 before we saw that even go to early access customers, such as you, Omar. So now we have 12.5, the base version is going out to early access. I mean, Elon has said that they've been doing 12.5 testing alongside 12.4. So they must see something in this version that they're super confident on to move all the vehicles that are on 12.3.6 up to the latest version of production build in preparation of 12.5. It seems like they are pretty confident that 12.5 will be going wide, if not this version, very, very shortly. And I do think that during tomorrow's earnings call, they might give us some insight as to what happened with 12.4.3.1 or 12.4.3 and what we can expect maybe with the 12.5 rollout, how they've been forecasting the data, what the interventions are looking like, how quickly they determine possibly a wide release could be.
I don't think they're going to tell us anything. I think they're going to say FSD is amazing, it's going great, go try it. He may mention, hey, 12.5 started rolling out just yesterday or something, but they're not necessarily sharing every detail with people as much as we like to geek out about it.
Rocco, if you could have one, two thing changed, what are you looking for as a test 12.5?
Yeah, the highway stack is the biggest thing for me. There's a lot of little persistent issues that I'm pretty certain would be fixed on a version 12 stack, which since highways on version 11 still has persistent issues. But yeah, I what I think I noticed is that it appears to be only hardware 4 cars getting it right now, and my car is hardware 3, so I'm not getting it. It might be they might have finally not running this version in emulation mode, so it might be standalone now.
Omar,
Hey,
do you
Omar.
think that's the case?
Hmm.
I don't think so
I
because
don't
I'm
think
getting
so.
it.
Because we haven't seen the Giga Texas data center go live yet. I think Elon would mention if it has. I think we'll see a hardware 4 model before the end of the year, but I would assume this is still a hardware 3 model running in emulation.
Will, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi guys. So I'm listening as I'm driving to Delaware on version 12.3, and when I check the software, it says new version available for download. So okay, now
Awesome.
obviously
What's the version number on that new download?
20.9.
Hey, pay attention to the road. You're going to get a strike.
Yeah, it's trying to give me a strike right now.
That's another 12.3.6, unfortunately, but with some of the newer software features.
Oh, okay. So they're getting us ready for .5.
Yes. So if you've got 2024.20.9, that's 12.3.6. 2024.20.10, that's 12.5.
Roger that. Thank you.
There's quite a few people in the replies in Jake's shoes, Will's shoes, who are getting updates right now. So if you're listening to this, go check your cards to see if you have an update. Let's go to Tesoscope and then Jake.
Hey, Omar, have you reviewed or looked through all the release notes so far? I know Dirty Tesla posted about the sunglasses, just a single screenshot. But given that 12.5 was supposed to obviously merge the highway and city, I'm wondering if there's any changes to the other sections that might mention that.
There's nothing in the release notes that I've seen so far. They're not always the best at updating the release notes, especially like very early in the rollout. So I don't usually put too much credence in release notes if it did say something about the highway or anything like that, but it looks like it's just sort of the standard boilerplate about V12, replace C++ code with whatever, same kind of thing. So it doesn't mention anything about that. I'll see when I actually finish installing it if the highway performance is any different or not.
Awesome, thanks.
Jake.
Also, I just got confirmation that every single vehicle in North America, given a couple edge cases or small little exclusions, every single vehicle should have been pushed to 12.9 just within the last hour. So this is a massive rollout.
12.5, you mean?
No,
No, 20.9 he means.
20.9, sorry.
Oh, okay. 20.9. Gotcha. Jake.
And I would just point out, even though like most of us aren't going to get 12.5 immediately, that this update that I just downloaded, 20.9, did reset all of my strikes. Shamefully, I striked out, so I'm back to 0. So if you have 12.3.6, you should definitely update ASAP to reset the strikes.
Thank you, Jake. Steve Staranka, Omar, has a question for you. Steve is one of our moderators on YouTube live chat, also a strong supporter of the space. And his question is, can you ask Omar, Cybertruck doesn't have Steam yet, right? I couldn't find it, he says.
No Steam on Cybertruck. It looks like Tesla's moving to discontinue Steam. Even new Model S and X no longer include the higher end GPU needed to run it. So if you've got a Steam Tesla, it's a very rare animal. Savor it.
How is the install going?
Let's see. It is at 60%. So we're almost done now.
Nice. All right, Rocco, nothing on your end?
No, nothing yet. I'm probably about
Okay.
to. I'm probably gonna head off to bed soon in a sec. But yeah, I'll be posting as soon as I know.
Okay. Omar, Steven Yamada has a question and says, "Can you please ask everyone in this space? Can you please ask Elon to put everyone in this space to the early access list? Thank you." Anyway, we made Luce laugh, so that's good.
I would support it. Yeah.
All right, good. There you go. Got Omar's endorsement. Steve Story says, "Thank you. Went out to the car and woke it up, and now it's downloading 12.9. So he'll be ready for 0.5, he says. Well, we're anxiously waiting. What's the first thing you're going to be testing, Omar?
Well, I'll be heading for the highway. So for me, the nearest highway is the 405 in Southern California, and I'll be seeing how it performs on that. So first drive will probably be, maybe I'll tell it, drive to Santa Monica or something. Pretty crowded freeways here in LA. It is past rush hour, but we'll see how it performs there.
Okay. And what are you going to be looking for while driving on the highway?
Just any changes in driving performance, driving behaviors compared to the previous version. How stable it is within the lanes. Does it miss any exits? Does it feel more human-like than previous versions? To be honest, I don't really know what to expect, but I'll just check it out and see how it feels.
Marcus.
Omar, are you in Los Angeles right now, or are you in San Francisco?
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles. There's no 405 in San Francisco.
Okay, gotcha. Just so you know, there is a Los Angeles Dodgers game happening right now. It's at the bottom of the first. So if you give it about another 2 hours and then hop on the 405 toward Dodger Stadium, you can probably test some highway traffic that's pretty congested.
Okay, sure. Maybe I'll swing by Dodger Stadium, take the 110 up there. But I just checked my dad's car, which is a Hardware 3 Model S, and it's on the early access list as well. It always gets early access updates, but in this case, it hasn't received FSD 12.5 yet. So maybe it is a Hardware 4 model. There could be something to that. It doesn't seem that Hardware 3 cars are getting it right now.
Yeah, that is interesting. Rocco, there you go.
Is an AI driver on Hardware 3?
No, he's 4.
I think he has one Hardware 3 and one Hardware 4, if I'm not mistaken. He has at least one Hardware 4 car.
Lucha says good night. Man, it's kind of wild that people are other parts of the world, other time zones, tuning in at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And also for those of you who are jumping in to hear the latest news while complaining about how the space is run every now and then, I see you in the space. I see you. But it's okay. This
I
space
wonder
is
if we
only
could get
possible. Go ahead.
Do they support live video for co-hosts or anything? Or they haven't added that yet?
I did see something around that, but I'm not sure. Do you want to do that? We may have to restart the space for that, though.
I don't know. Spaces is so buggy, I doubt it'll even work. So maybe we could do like a different test. But maybe for future versions, it could be something we do. where we could have
Yeah.
like a space and like live stream the video along with it.
Yeah. Yeah, we can. I mean, I personally trust what you're saying, but I know some people are like, "Oh, if it's not live, it doesn't count. If I can't see your hands or blah blah blah, like, fuck you."
Well, I will record the video with the GoPro and upload it along with being live if we're still open.
Ellie.
Yeah, hi. 5 a.m. here. It does work. Lincoln and Mark Anthony tried it yesterday and they showed that if you switch co-host, it does work.
I can make him co-host, no problem.
Yeah, we'd probably have to restart the space, and I'd have to get my dad to come and agree with me and hold the phone. But it could be cool. First ever live stream of Tesla Live, of a new FSD version live in the space.
Let me see. So here's your co-host invite. And if I go to settings, options, sound, clips.
I think either it has to start as a video space or it can't be a video space.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is fine. We'll just listen to you. It's fine.
Yeah. Maybe we can try that next time.
Yeah.
But you also don't have to turn your camera on. You could just kind of like click the off button.
Yeah, I know. That's not the issue. Do you want to do it? You want to ask your dad? We can restart. I don't care.
Well, let's just see. Once it installs, I'll maybe ask my dad as I go downstairs if he wants to come. But I don't know. We can always do it, even in the middle of the drive or something. For now, we don't necessarily want to kick 700 people out.
Yeah. Kendall says he's downloading 12.9, 20.9. Some of these comments. Man, I miss Steve Starenka. He used to come every day, but I think his work schedule and stuff only can attend nighttime now, which we rarely do. And luckily today we did, so that we can talk about this now. Which is coming back up. Wit, go ahead.
Do you think that Park-Assist, the high fidelity Park-Assist visualizations will be coming to Cybertruck with 12.5? Or will it kind of be like how non-ultrasonic cars were for a while, where it was just FSD with um, j- the old like spaghetti lines around the car? I don't know how to describe it,
I
but
mean,
like
my
before.
expectation would be that if FSD is working, 3D Park Assist should also work. And maybe
Yeah.
even Auto Park would also work. So I'd expect to see it, but no way to know for sure until we actually get the update.
Do you
That could
think
be a little bit of the extra holdup why we haven't seen 12.5 on my Cybertruck yet.
Do you? I know our Cybertruck is 26 inch.
Mine is on. On the
Interesting. 'Cause days ago.
Which switchbacks are you talking
The
about?
ones off PV Drive East that get down to PV
Oh
Drive
yeah,
South.
yeah,
Is that
yeah. I can handle those.
and it handles those, and that it all works well.
Yeah, I actually did a video that went kind of viral where I compared Mercedes on P5 East to Tesla FSD, and Tesla FSD, of course, handled it without a single intervention. I think for Mercedes, it was like 50 interventions or something like that.
Oh my god! All right, well, I'll have to check that out. And for the folks that don't know, the switchbacks are like very intimidating, steep, windy turns. I don't even trust myself driving down. So cool. Thanks.
Rocco is still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
If you could direct the Tesla Autopilot team to work on one thing for you, what would you work on? What would you have them work on?
Map data, but that's just because my area has subpar map data. I think that's what they're doing at 12.5 is my understanding, is they're having fleet shared map data now. Is that am I correct on that? You remember that, Omar?
Something definitely seems to be going on with the map data. They haven't talked about it a lot, but you can see in the visualization that stuff is represented in 3D that's clearly not visible to the camera. So there does seem to be some incorporation of map data and maybe fleet data from the server they're using to kind of give FSD hints. And in my most recent video, there was an issue where they built this new on-ramp to the 405 and on Crenshaw Boulevard, and it was getting on that on-ramp incorrectly because sort of a new lane opened up to the right. It was supposed to make a right turn before, but now a new lane opened up to the right, which actually got on the freeway south. So instead of going north, which I wanted, it went south. Then I tried it again within the same update and it was fixed. It got on the freeway correctly. Even though the map data was incorrect, the map data was telling it make a right turn up ahead. It got on the on ramp for the 405 North without an update. It kind of fixed that mistake. So I was like, whoa, something's definitely going on here. I don't think they updated the model weights. I think they were able to update something on the mapping side that was able to help it figure out which way was the correct way to go. So I think that quietly they are making some big advances in mapping that are improving the performance of the system. And you can see it right in the visualization.
Yeah, I've noticed stuff like that as well. I was showing my I went to visit family last week in Michigan, which is why I did that long road trip. And I was showing my uncle driving around hands free, and we were going through town. There's this construction zone. It was funny because it decided to just bail on it the first time, went around the block, came back to it because we had to go through the construction zone to make it to our destination, and then it did it just fine the second time around. It was interesting how it
Yeah.
didn't do it right the first time. We went around and tried the second time, it did it perfectly.
Yeah, I hear a lot of stories like that. And people go, oh, is my car learning on its own? And obviously it's not learning on its own, but I think they are utilizing crowdsourced data from the fleet more and more to actually improve the performance of FSD.
I'd be curious to see the first, because you're going to have someone, you're close to AI driver, right?
Yeah, he lives about an hour or so out of San Francisco.
That'd be cool if you guys could find somewhere where like a construction zone or a blocked off road, see if one of you go to it first, and then like 30 minutes later go to it again and see if it works.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would work that fast. The example I talked about with the freeway was like a few weeks apart from each other. So I'm not sure if it can happen that fast, but like the way I'm imagining this is they can probably see if there's a common intervention that's happening. Like there's a ton of Teslas in this area, so they're
Right.
probably making the same mistake again and again. Then maybe you can just make some correction to the map that can tell the car, hey, don't go right, into this lane right away. Go forward a little bit. For example, they could say, okay, there's actually one right turn which you don't have to take, and then there's the right turn that you do have to take. and they could provide that little hint, that map hint, and the cars could then download it, and that could reduce a lot of interventions.
Yeah, I think that would have helped around 4th of July. We had an Independence Day parade, which I didn't even realize was going on. I went to go through town, and the map data wanted to go right through the parade twice. But so like basically, if I would get there first, next car would get there, and I realized, okay, well, we can't go that way, and it just went out that direction.
Yeah, it could also explain why some people who live in areas where there aren't as many Teslas might not be seeing performance that's as good as what high density Tesla areas are seeing, because this crowdsourced map data obviously takes longer to build if there are fewer Teslas.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Asheville, North Carolina, near me, has more Teslas than my area. And I don't know if it's just because the roads are built weirdly there. It just has a lot of map data issues. I think that's what causes the problem. Because my area is great, and then as soon as you go to Asheville, it seems to have issues.
Eric.
Maybe a redundant question and late to the conversation, but did you really get 12.5 on your Model 3 just now, Omar, or it's just a
That's
quote-unquote
correct.
sarcastic post?
No, wasn't sarcastic. There's a screenshot. It's really downloading.
Oh, that's okay. That's pretty awesome. Then I guess you're gonna do some video soon about it. All right, that's all I wanted to know. Because sometimes you do like
Yeah, it's
sarcastic
still at
posts.
60%. So it's installing, but should be done pretty soon now.
Yeah,
60% is always the longest portion.
yeah. These latest updates are pretty massive, actually. All
Right,
right.
yeah. I mean, if it's true that this is the first time they're releasing a hardware 4 model that's 5 times larger in parameter count, then we could be seeing a dramatic change to the driving even on city streets. So
Oh,
it'll
so
be
that
interesting to
was
try it.
actually hardware 4. Okay, nice.
Hardware 3 cars don't seem to be getting it so far. If
Right.
TeslaScope or anybody sees a hardware 3 car getting it, definitely let me know. But of the 2 cars we have that are on the early access list, only the hardware 4 car got it.
Okay, that makes sense. Then the Cybertruck, I guess. All right.
Thank you. Omar, how is the install going?
Still at 60%, but it always stays at 60%. Oh, okay, now it's at 80%. So almost done now. I better get ready to go downstairs.
All right. We'll be here to listen to Omar's first drive. In the meantime, this space is only possible because of my patrons. If you'd like to support the space, the link is at the top of your screens. There's a question, will 12.5 have banish and actually smart summon? And sounds like it's not initially in 12.5. Another question in YouTube live chat, Omar, is there reverse? When is reversing coming to FSD?
Ashok said in a tweet that reverse will come when actually Smart Summon and Banish ship. So actually Smart Summon and Banish require the ability to reverse to get out of a parking spot or to get into a parking spot, for example. So the 12 point whatever that enables them, I'm assuming it comes in 12.6, will also add the ability to reverse. And Ashok tweeted this in March, so they've been working on it for quite some time. I could see it coming out at any moment, but all 3 of those things are going to come out together. So actually Smart Summon allows your car to run driverlessly within a parking lot and come to you. Banish is you get out of your car and it goes and it parks itself. And reverse is just when you're in FSD. If it needs to reverse, it'll make a maneuver. It can do like a 3-point turn, for example.
Great. Rocco, do you have a prediction for when we're going to get the first robotaxi ride
Yeah. I've been 2025. By end of 2025, I think we'll have somewhere, probably limited cities, or city. I think we'll have at least one robotaxi ride by the end of 2025.
And when did you come to that prediction? Is that recent, or have you been at that point for a while?
I think I said that first like 2 years ago. I have it written some tweet or something from like 2 years ago.
Really? I think a lot of people agree with you in the space, but we'll see. We'll see. So limited by the end of 2025. Maybe a couple of cities where there's a dense population of Teslas. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, it'd probably be California or Florida first. I know. I forgot which states have it legal. I guess it's California, Florida, Nevada, Arizona.
All right.
Jake, what about you?
100% installed.
Let's go. You can just stay unmuted and tell us about it if you want.
Okay, it'll take me a few minutes to get into my car, so I'll unmute when I get inside.
Okay, Jake, what do you think about first robotaxi ride?
I think I'd echo 2025. I think that the rollout of unsupervised will be very much related to like trips, I guess, like common trips, road trips, segments of the road where they believe that it can be unsupervised. So I think that will come sooner than like completely robotaxi, like either on the robotaxi platform or existing vehicles. I'm excited for just the first hint of unsupervised. So I would say early 2025 of like hints of unsupervised.
Thank you, Jake. Jacob in YouTube live chat says, Omar, let us know if 12.5 automatically parks in parking spaces. I think Elon said that was supposed to ship on 12.5.
Everything it does, I will let you guys know.
All right, Omar, just stay on unmuted and tell us about it. And I'm running low on battery, and there's a bit of an issue here. So I'm going to turn off my screen while you talk. All right?
I mean, are you able to plug in your phone?
There's a bit of a challenge right now.
What's the challenge? Your power's out or you're not by an outlet?
Actually, hold on one second. Hold on. We're back. Now we're right. That would have been kind of crazy though. If it like stayed
Just
on the space
ends
for
as soon
4
as we get
hours.
to the update.
Literally.
All right, it's game time, baby. Let's go. Oh wait, I gotta get an SD card. These SD cards are so small. I can't tell you how many times I just dropped them or lost one forever. They need to make them a little bigger.
I think what they need to do is like what DJI is doing, is where you have built-in storage on the GoPro along with SD card.
No clue says in the replies. This is the most fun Tesla Live ever had. We all get to live vicariously through Omar for the next few hours. I don't know about next few hours. Let's be real here. It's almost 11 p.m.
All right, I'm getting in the car. There may be some signal issues as I get out of here, but I'll reconnect if necessary. All right. Got my phone plugged in. Got my SD card in. Got my camera plugged in. Let's check the release notes. Full self-driving software 12.5. Full self-driving supervised vision-based attention monitoring. So basically nothing in the release notes. Let's go try it out.
You're muted.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm about to get off the Wi-Fi network.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm driving with it now. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right away, I can feel something different. The driving style is a little more confident. Oh my God, it's finally doing it right. Oh my God. Wow. It's finally exiting my parents' gated community correctly. It always would mess up on the gate out. It's a motion sensitive gate that you have to drive up to. Whoa, this is a big improvement from 12.4. This is feeling very different already. Okay, it looks like there's something else to be downloaded. Oh, a game update. Who cares about a game update?
Holy shit. This is completely different than 12.4. It's way more assertive, way faster, way more confident. They clearly made some big changes with this version.
What profile do you use? Average, assertive, or chill?
Can you guys hear me? The car switched to Bluetooth.
Yeah, we can hear you. What profile are you on? Average, assertive, or chill? Oh, he couldn't hear us. All right, he's back.
Yeah, the read.
Yeah, Omar, are you back? Can you hear us?
All right. I've put in a destination, 3rd Street Promenade. Let me know if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay. I should be out of the bad signal area soon. God damn it. Yeah. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels very different than 12.4. It's a step above in how lifelike the driving is. It's not hesitating. It's not driving too slow. It feels just perfect. Looks like I forgot to bring some sunglasses. If there's anybody in the South Bay area of LA or in the LA area who has a pair of sunglasses I can borrow, give me your address and let me come get some sunglasses to test with. Otherwise, if anyone knows a store that sells cheap sunglasses, I can go there. Like, does 7-Eleven sell sunglasses?
I think that,
Do I have to go to the mall?
that Chevron right off Crenshaw there, which you should be passing, or the one off Hawthorne kind of post that post.
Okay.
Because I would assume you're probably going down Hawthorne or Crenshaw right now.
Yeah, I'm going down Hawthorne, yeah.
There's that Chevron right at the bottom of the hill there that I'm like 60% sure they would sell some cheap sunglasses.
Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, this is really interesting. There's a significantly different driving personality here. I was just at a green light, and the light turned green, but the car next to me didn't start moving. So it kind of hesitated and waited, and until the other car started moving, it didn't cross on the green light, which is something different than how, for example, 11 or even previous versions of 12 would have handled it. So right away, I feel a very different personality from 12.4. This isn't just a incremental update to 12.4. This is a whole new model from the ground up, from the feel of it. All right, we have a few new speakers on the board right now. Does anyone have sunglasses and live near the area that Omar just mentioned? Tesla Scope lives near here. I don't know if he has any sunglasses. He's not in the space right now. Scott. I'm in Milwaukee, so it'd be a long time for me to. All right, so just wait for a second. Joseph. No, I don't know around the area. Okay, Wit. Okay, Sam. Sam, do you live in the area? Yes. I do. I sent you a DM. To Omar, to Omar. Okay. Let me see if I can check his DM right now. Omar, can check your DM. Sam, you have to sit on mute when I'm not talking. Yes, sir. Omar, can you check your DM? Yeah, one guy says he has sunglasses. Let's see, where is he? He is. He's 40 minutes away. 40 minutes? Sam, are you 40 minutes away? Well, I'm kind of outside of LA. He's in LA, so I could actually drive to him and go get the sunglasses because it would be a good freeway test. Okay. Sam, is this sound good? Yeah, sure. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. All right. All right, cool. Driving to Sam's house to get some sunglasses from him. All right, Scott, what do you got? Scott, what you come to say? I'm trying. I have a 23 Model S long range engine. I just got the 20.9 and just testing it out with the adaptive headlights. And I do see a change for the steering wheel thing. It pulls the steering wheel whenever with an egg, so it's more predominant when you see it when an egg comes on. So once we get 12.5, that will be gone for me. But I have my 12-year-old son with me, and he's listening in for the first time. He wants to know from Omar how we can get in the early access so we can get 12.5 too. Yeah. So I think there's an email address you can email, but I can't end doing this space or they're going to get swamped. No problem. No problem. Maybe I'll hit you up in the DM later. Yeah, this update is extremely solid. It's just, it drives better than Waymo. It's so human-like. It hasn't made any sort of mistake at all so far. X not live. Hey, can we do FaceTime through X now? We can doing it last night. Can Omar do that? Do you have an Apple phone? We would have to restart the space, and I don't know if that's necessary enough. Jake. Yeah, Omar, can you comment on speed control with the sequence? There it goes now.
Is this a new thing? I'm in private. I was startled by Sam talking. I was like, who's there? Am I the only one who noticed we have stereo sound all of a sudden? Or is it just some sound on the input side?
Some 12 versions have struggled with that. Like it is just so smooth and comfortable. It's mind blowing. And you know, several times it's the light turned green, doesn't just run on the green light.
towards those sort of edge cases, and they needed to add a lot of more, natural driving where things are just going okay to kind of round the personality out. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing here in 12.4, where 12.4 was able to drive down the miles per intervention quite a bit, but it only did that by being slow and cautious, and in many ways not as fun as 12.3. 12.5 has brought back the confident driving personality of 12.3, but even better. And at the same time, so far, it seems to be preserving the low intervention driving that I was seeing in 12.4.
Can you try switching between profiles to see if it makes a difference? Because it seems like if you switch to chill versus average versus assertive, it does seem to slightly adjust speed. But I wonder if they have changed down 12.5.
Yeah, I'm in assertive right now.
Rocco, can you hear him?
No, I can't. I heard I'm in assertive, and then it went quiet.
Omar, we can't hear you. Wit, did you have anything?
I was just wondering if the lane changes. I know sometimes when you asked it to change lanes on 12.3, 12. I haven't experienced 12.4, but it just sometimes wouldn't want to change lanes, and I wondered if that was fixed.
Rocco, did you see any difference from 12.3 to 12.4 about lane changes?
Specifically in town.
So what he's saying is if you manually instigate a turn with a turn signal while you're in autopilot, it typically sometimes has hesitation about making the lane change.
Oh, yeah. So if you're on the highway, I actually had that issue quite a few times, where if you're just passing a car and you manually turn your signal on about the same time the car wants to turn it on, then it just kind of sits there and doesn't change lanes until like a couple seconds later. It's like it gets mad that you're trying to manually override it or something. But I think I suspect that'll be fixed in 12.5.
Omar, how is the ride going? Omar, you're on mute. Man, when is Starlink gonna be ubiquitous and fast, and we don't have to worry about these things?
I mean, with Chuck Cook's turn, we saw the Starlink Mini right on top of the Model Y and the ADAS driver. So hopefully
Yeah,
soon.
what do you think they were checking? What do you think they were trying over there?
I have no idea. I mean, some part of me wants to hope that it's something that you could easily get for your car added on or
I
something.
think what it was they might have had the cars at a hotel or something like that, and they were wanting to push updates, so they were just using the Starlink to download.
Yeah, I think that the faster upload and download, so they can get whatever intervention data back to headquarters quicker.
Wit?
My mistake.
Okay. Bring up some new speakers. Omar, can you hear us? You're on mute. Zach, go ahead. All right, let's see here. Let's see if Omar can come up as co-host. Maybe that'll change things.
He's showing us a listener right now.
I know. Let me see. I need to move down some people. Let's see if
I
that
can move
helps.
down if you want.
No, it's okay. You can stay. All right, Omar, can you hear us? Omar, did that work?
Hey,
All right.
Yay.
I'm seeing some pretty incredible driving moves. There was somebody who was slowing down to turn into the left turn lane, and it just, without it skipping a beat, changed lanes to the right to go around him. And I was like, wow, that was awesome. Didn't waste any time, just like what a human would do.
All right, Omar, for those of you who just joined, Omar is testing 12.5. If you have any questions for him while he's testing his drive into LA to Sam's house to grab a pair of shades. If you have any questions, please do request to speak. Omar, are you in average, chill, or aggressive mode? Assertive mode?
Assertive.
Okay. Rocco, what do you test usually?
Average most of the time.
Do you notice any difference?
I in 12.4 that for all the 12.4 versions, it seems to be like a very, very, very small difference. Like I tried switch between chill and average, and it seems like it wants to go slightly faster speed and average, but it didn't seem conclusive. But I'm hoping they do actually affect full driver assertiveness between chill, average, and actually assertive.
Warwick, go ahead.
Hey, Omar, I'm curious if you've had an opportunity to try an unprotected left yet. It's always, even in 12.3.6, it's so hesitant and kind of creeps really slowly to the line. So would love to hear an unprotected left on this drive, if possible.
I did one to get out of where my parents are, and it just handled it completely naturally, zero hesitation. I mean, this is really good. I don't know what they did here, but this isn't just like a normal update, normal level of improvement. This is next level. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the 5 times bigger model.
I was going to comment on the unprotected left. 12.4 the 12.4 series made a significant improvement for unprotected lefts, so I can imagine 12.5 is another step above that.
Wow. I just went through that part of Hawthorne Boulevard where it curves right and then curves left, and the way it handled those curves with dense traffic on both sides at a pretty high speed was extremely impressive and felt very different than how we would execute that same section of the street on 12.4. So this update has a very different personality from anything we've ever seen before. I'm kind of shocked, to be honest. I totally did not see this coming, that there was going to be a 12.5 and it was going to be this big of a leap.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Sam.
Whoa, this is crazy. the way it changed those lanes now is now completely different. To kind of put its blinker on, it waited for 5 seconds and then it moved over. It's like a very, very different personality. It's so much more human-like. Oh, look, another Cybertruck.
Sam, go ahead.
Have you been on the highway yet?
I am half a mile away from the highway.
Okay.
So we're about to see what it's like on the highway for the first time.
That's exciting. I'm very curious to see how it emerges.
X-Man, go ahead.
So I'm wanting you to see if you see any differences in the vision speed system. It's supposed to be picking up the speed signs with vision. Is there any differences?
I
No
think that's in
differences
Europe
that I can
only.
see in the speed limit handling and the speed limit sign detection.
Hey, Omar, JC from our JC from Texas, JC Christopher, who's a regular speaker and also a big supporter of the space. If you'd like to join JC in supporting the space, the link to Patreon is at the top of your screens. JC says, Omar just added $2 to the stock price tonight. So as Omar drives his 12.5, stock price on Robinhood seems to be going up.
This thing needs to be trading at 300. If people could see what I'm seeing, I feel like this is material non-public information, seeing what their latest software can do. Like, it's literally now on the previous version, if you see the video I have pinned, able to drive hours without intervention in Los Angeles. This is a massive leap. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if this is a bigger model, but it is another level of lifelike, like almost the level of lifelike improvement we saw from 11 to 12. This feels like another jump of that magnitude here in this first drive. Like, it's the subtle little things, right? The subtle little things that it would do that weren't quite human, you know? How it would just put the blinker on and then change lanes, how it would just go immediately as soon as the light turned green. It's just more and more indistinguishable from a human. Okay, we're getting onto the highway now. Beautiful left turn onto the highway on ramp here. And we're accelerating. Oh, yeah, baby. That's a Tesla, all right. All right, we're merging onto the 405, medium level of traffic. It's showing its blinker. Auto speed remains on. No more manually setting the speed on highways. Oh, beautiful merge. Beautiful merge onto the highway. Oh, actually, it looks like auto speed isn't on. It went back to the old thing. It's telling me to manually set my speed, so no auto speed. But this is definitely end to end. It has a very different driving personality. You can tell right away. The car just did a little bit of harsh braking to try and make it into the carpool lane. It wasn't successful. But although it's asking me to set the speed, you can definitely tell that this is end to end on the highway. The highway personality, the way it's merging, the way it's changing lanes is very different than what I was seeing just yesterday with 12.4.
X-Men Live.
So Omar, can you send out after the end of the night when you do your full test drive? Can you send your recommendation to Elon if everybody else should receive this update? Just your opinion.
Yeah, this looks ready to go wide.
But
I would expect to start going wide after earnings tomorrow.
can you make sure you send a post out tonight saying something like that, if that's what you feel at the end of the night?
Well, they're not doing it based on what I think,
I know,
but
but it's just
I'll
fun,
write
right?
the post anyway.
It's just fun.
If it makes you guys feel better, I will tweet that.
Awesome.
Right, it's getting into the carpool lane now. So far, perfect. No interventions required. Definitely seems like an improvement on the highway. I could see this thing making it across the country coast to coast. Maybe not with this version, but I think they've got the foundation here for a coast to coast drive with end to end on the highways.
Is there any construction near you?
Not at the moment, but we're headed into Los Angeles. The 10 East is about 9 miles away, so we're driving there as fast as we can.
Rock, go ahead.
I just came to ask Omar why he doesn't own a pair of sunglasses. Thank you.
I'm not a sunglasses wearer for some reason. I just use the sun visor. I mean, I got FSD, right? FSD will look at the sun.
Oh man, I strictly use it to block FSD from seeing my eyes.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll start wearing sunglasses now because it might make the driver monitoring system less strict.
Jake?
It actually does. On my road trip yesterday, I had to use it so it wouldn't nag at me. So I was trying to adjust the map.
Jake?
It's about phone use, but all you have to do is look at the road and it'll stop beeping at you or flashing at you.
Zach? Zach, go ahead. About Tesla?
Hey, it's a good day today.
How are you? So how many cars have it? What do you see so far in the data?
Well, from Tesla Fi, it's not showing anything yet, so it's probably just early access group, just very limited number of users getting it. So it's not a big wave yet. So, but it's good. It's what we've been waiting for. We didn't expect it to get so soon. Honestly, I didn't expect to see it this week. Maybe next week or something. But it's good, and it's also just wanted to point out to everyone. It's a long-awaited merge of the UI branch and the branch for the FSD. So we had this split for a long time this year, and now finally we are getting on the same branch, at least until 2024.26 goes wide. We'll see what happens then. But for now, it's finally FSD users are getting the latest UI versions, and people on the latest .20 branch will be eligible for this update on the FSD side. So it's finally the version that can go to everyone in the US and Canada.
That's awesome. Thank you very much about this. X-Men Live?
So I saw reports that Dirty Tesla did receive it. And then one other thing, I'm not sure what time zone Homar's in. So I was wondering if you could describe, or is it sunny, cloudy, dark, rainy? What's your conditions in your driving? What does it look like?
It's a clear day. The sun is setting right now, and there's medium traffic on the highway. Generally, it's pretty sunny here in LA. We don't have a lot of inclement weather, especially not in the summer.
Zach?
Oh, I was just going to ask Omar how aggressive it was being getting in the HOV lane, because 12.4.3 will cut itself over whether it hits a car or not.
Well, mine didn't try and hit any cars, but it was pretty aggressive in trying to get over into the HOV lane. There was sort of a harsh braking event at one point. Not like super harsh, but it braked a little more than I would have liked to try and make it over into the HOV lane before the cutoff. And it wasn't able to make it in, so then it picked up speed again and it got into the HOV lane at the next cutoff. So a little bit of refinement could be needed there. Do you not have it? You want me to pick you up?
Yeah, where are you at?
I am on the 405, passing Culver Boulevard.
Oh, yeah. I'll text you. We can go for a drive. My car doesn't have it because it's hardware 3.
You have a pair of sunglasses?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, text me. I'll come pick you up. And if Sam wants to come, he can come too. Since he offered his sunglasses.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'll give you a piece of the if you want, of the Starship launch pad from Flight 1, from concrete.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, well, I already got your address, so I'll just come pick up both of you guys, and we can get a second and third opinion. See if I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid, or what these guys think as well.
How about Tesla?
Omar, what's the caution level? Did you notice it's to be extra cautious on the streets and
No,
like driving
it's
below
not
the
too
speed limit?
cautious. It just drives perfect, like a human. It's very human-like. It's not too cautious. It drives just like you would drive. It's pretty insane.
Did it go below the speed limit anywhere?
No going below the speed limit. Unless, it's appropriate to, obviously, like when you're speeding up.
Good.
Wow, this thing is so fucking good. The way it just changed lanes just blew my mind. Like, didn't bat an eye, just boom, like a human would do it. Like, this thing is starting to get like a race car driver.
Are you on assertive?
Yeah.
Omar, when
All
you
right,
pick
so
up,
I'm getting onto the 10 East now. So changing over from the 405 to the 10 East.
I sent you a text wherever you want to go.
Okay, yeah, like you want to just meet in like Westwood Village by like the Hammer Museum or something if you're near there?
Yeah, I'm 3 minutes from there, so I could do there. Okay. I'll just figure out where to park my car.
Okay, let me go pick up Sam, and then I'll come meet you at the Hammer Museum.
Zach or Sam, could you go live on X?
I'll go live. That's fine. Once Omar, which lot do you want to meet at? I'll just text me.
Yeah. All right, we're getting onto the on-ramp, the interchange into the 10 East. It got into the right lane. It did it very naturally. No notes. Absolutely perfect.
Joseph. Joseph, you have to unmute yourself. Andre.
Hey, what's up, my man? What's up, my man? Thank you for all you do. And I just wanted to ask, Elon Musk said that from 12.3, we would get a 5 times improvement on 12.4. But how does this version feel like? Does it actually feel like 5 times or more?
It's too early to tell what the rate of interventions is going to look like, but I can tell you right away, the driving personality has completely changed. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a corresponding improvement in miles per intervention. I think this is going to be shockingly better than 12.3 for people. Like, this is a big leap. It is so human-like. I can't believe this. Like, I thought it was human-like before. This is next level. I don't know what they did here, but we're going to find out about something major that's happened. This feels like it could be the larger model.
Ken Stricker.
Hey, Omar, I'm wondering, how does the acceleration profile feel from a complete stop? I feel like in 12.3 and 12.4, it seemed pretty excessive. How does it feel from a complete stop in 12.5?
It's perfect. It's like a human. It doesn't take off too fast at green lights. It's just exactly the way you would do it. It's perfect.
I liked dot 2 because it would floor it at every light. It was great.
Yeah,
Jake.
okay, so we're making our way over to the La Cienega Boulevard exit here. This is kind of a challenging exit. Very human-like, the way it's navigating through very tight traffic on the 10 to get over to the exit.
Jake.
I was just gonna say, and I'm sure Omar, you have a million requests to try out things, but if you're meeting in a parking lot, please try to see how well it performs in a parking lot. Maybe pulls into a space or something, because I know in 12.3.6 that was a struggle.
Sure. 12.4 was pretty good in parking lots. I would imagine 12.5 is too.
Just for fun.
Yeah, cool. Exciting stuff. Along the lines of the last question, just hoping that the two guys that are being picked up are Omar. You can try to find like a couple of particularly challenging areas to drive around and test it out on near where the guys are being picked up. Thanks a lot.
Omar, we have about 20 people in the replies asking for you to pick them up as well. They say they're in LA.
Oh, we've only got 5 seats. I think we're going to have to cut it off at Sam and Zach. Zach, I know. Sam graciously offered his sunglasses, so I can't leave him out just because I'm picking up Zach now. So we're going to have to cut it off there. Subscribe to Omar's or subscribe to Value Analyst Patreon, and maybe you may be considered to be picked up for 12.6.
Thank you very much. The link to those are at the top of our screens. Thanks, Omar. Let's see. We have other people.
Okay, took the La Cienega Boulevard exit perfectly. And, you know, when you are taking the 10 East and you have to get off onto La Cienega, there's this weird thing where there's like another lane of cars coming in as you're going to the exit, and it just handled it flawlessly. I'm very impressed with this update.
Alex, welcome. How are you? Okay, well, that's a great answer. Mishka?
Good evening, everybody, or whatever time it is for you. Omar, I was also wondering for the 12.5. Whenever you get the chance to kind of test it, could you let us know the performance of it on blinking lights, on whether or not that's something that's fixed or not? That'd be absolutely amazing.
That seemed to be fixed in 12.4 for me, so I imagine it would be fixed in 12.5 as well, but I haven't seen any yet.
Okay, thank you. Because for me on 12.4, it was a little finicky. And then I'm waiting for 12.5 to install right now. So.
Oh, really? You're waiting for 12.5 to install? Is it 2024.20.10?
It is. I think the email that I sent worked. I did get a response. I did get a response, and I really appreciate you.
Wait, you actually they responded and they said they were going to add you to early access?
So they didn't say that. They said that they are going to have me visit the Tesla service center to speak to the guys there on basically a few things there. But they responded to the email saying that they just want further information from me. And then from this, it says that my car has an update. So I'm currently going to the car to see what update it is. Because I'm already on 12.4. So.
Okay, wow, that's interesting. Definitely let us know the build number on that. That's pretty crazy if you actually got into the early access program that way.
Will do.
Now everyone's going to be blowing up my DMs trying to get the email address.
For real.
Chansu.
Question for Omar. Omar, is there any visualization differences you notice?
No, same visualization. Nothing different that I can see there so far.
Will, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
All right, I'm 2 minutes away from Sam's house, so come outside, Sam.
Yeah, Omar, I just wanted to ask if does it behave in the same way as 12.3 in terms of braking? Because I feel like it was very hesitant when it was braking in 12.3, sometimes too soon, and then it creeps up.
No, it doesn't do that anymore.
Sweet. What about creeping behavior? Anything different?
It's like a human. It's a completely different driving personality than anything we've seen from FST before.
Oh my God.
Much less robotic.
Oh my God.
And
Okay.
let's see what these guys think. I want to know if I'm crazy or not, or if I'm really seeing this. So let's pick up these guys. Let's pick up Zach. Let's pick up Sam, and let's see what they have to say. I am 1 minute away from Sam's house.
I'm on the space on the computer. So if you're there, let me know and I'll leave the space here and come out.
Yeah, I'm here. So come outside. You can just talk from my account.
Omar, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you think FSD like 12.5 is the singularity?
No.
Oh, okay.
But okay, right now it's on a narrow street. There's another car coming, and it just pulled over just perfectly and just went as soon as it could. Just flawless. Like, this is better than Waymo in terms of its driving maneuvers. I've seen Waymo handle those same type of things. This is better. It's leapfrogging them, which is crazy.
And this is like the day before the earnings call. How amazing is that?
No, you know what's going to be exciting is when this goes wide. People are going to lose their mind going to hands-free FSD, and if they're seeing what I'm seeing, they're going to literally shit their pants, I think. I think the take rate's going to go up just from the hands-free portion. But the driving is just so human-like, it's unbelievable. All right. There's Sam, I think.
Well, this is going to be like all over legacy media tomorrow for sure. Like they're here on X, like looking at all the posts and everything.
No, you can just get in. 2 pairs. Oh, great. Okay. Meet you. Yeah, meet you too, man. Thank you for picking me up. All right, so we got a couple pairs of sunglasses. I'll throw these Ray-Bans on. Okay, I might have messed up my camera. Check that out. All right, so we're gonna go pick up Zach. All right, it's night, but I'm wearing sunglasses.
That's not suspicious at all.
Isn't there a song about that? Play that song, Sunglasses at Night. Man, this is so exciting.
All right, so we're about to find out if it works with sunglasses. Here we go. We're going to the Hammer Museum. It's 13 minutes away, 7.2 miles. I've got my sunglasses on, and so far FSD continues to be hands-free. Oh, actually, it looks like the green dot went away. Attention monitoring unavailable. Sunglasses use detected. So no hands-free with sunglasses. Okay, there's a crazy guy in the street. Very good. And FSD 12.5 is going around him. So, Sam, we really want your opinion on, what you're seeing with the drive and everything. How already better. Yeah.
Sam, just
stop
Sam,
I've done.
can you please just keep in mind that the Robinhood stock price or Tesla stock price on Robinhood depends on what you're about to say. So be careful.
What did you think of that?
That was already.
Yeah.
I'm on 12.3.6.
Yeah.
On a Model 3.
You can tell the difference right away.
The way it stopped at the red light.
And also going around that guy.
That was very smooth.
It was very smooth. Yeah. All right, so we're headed to pick up Zach. He's about 7 miles away from us, so we got a 13-minute drive to the Hammer Museum. Will you do me a favor and tweet from my account and say no hands-free with sunglasses in FSD 12.5 so far? So maybe we could see that in the next build or something.
What car are you in right now? Is it the refresh Model 3?
Yeah, new Model 3 Performance.
All right, cool.
All right, so we're turning right onto La Cienega Boulevard.
Well, let's see how it handles this.
Okay, there's a parked car.
That was
and
that was better.
Yeah.
So when on 12.3.6, it would wait to get a lot closer to that parked car and then
Yeah.
move over.
Yeah, there was a person getting out of their car, which they parked in the right lane, and we were driving in the right lane, and it got over, way ahead of time, very smoothly and naturally. And the way it stops is just so gentle, like a human can't do that.
About Tesla.
But then you notice how it doesn't take off at the green lights anymore? It kind of
Yeah,
waits a little bit.
Very smooth.
Yeah, very human-like.
This is cool because I get to compare it with my own.
Right.
Because I've driven this route many times.
Yeah.
How is it with the stop signs? Have you tried like a neighborhood here?
Yeah, it's much better on the stop signs. Much less hesitant and laggy. Yeah, hopefully you get this. You see that lane change?
That was very nice.
There was a sort of backup of cars in the lane we were in, where the lane to our left was more free, and just without hesitation, it just changed lanes one over to the left.
So smooth on the braking.
Yeah. Talk a little louder so everyone can
Oh,
hear
sorry.
you. Can you guys hear him? Can you hear Sam?
Yes.
Perfectly fine. About Tesla,
Okay.
go ahead.
How dark is it?
It's almost completely night now. The sun's almost completely gone. It's pretty much night.
The reason I'm asking because I was able to go hands-free in the previous version and in 12.4.
Yeah, you can go hands-free for sure, but it's not working with sunglasses on.
No, I mean
yet.
in sunglasses. With sunglasses on, I was able to go hands-free at night. With the infrared emitters, I think it worked.
Yeah, I mean, some sunglasses may work, but they said they were going to turn the sunglass detection off, and that hasn't happened yet. So my guess is this is happening in one of the next builds and not this one. Okay, again, the left lane was a little more blocked off than the right lane, and it just smoothly moved over.
I was watching to see when it would do that.
Yeah.
It has to get over, and it could be hard to get over here. It has to get on the highway in 23.
Right. Yeah.
And it did it with plenty of time. Wow, very nice.
So we're getting onto the 10 West now, getting back onto the highway.
This is like watching like the best movie, like for the blind with audio description. It's amazing.
No, you guys are going to love this. For people who have 12.3 going hands-free and getting this, it's a significant improvement. It feels like the jump in lifelike driving is similar to V11 to V12, I feel like.
Just texting my girlfriend.
Nice.
Jake.
She used FSD too?
I bought a Tesla in March for her because she hates
Oh, that's
driving.
nice.
I never had a Tesla before, and then I saw the V12 hype, and I was like, I'll give it a try. I was very impressed.
Wow. Boyfriend of the year. Learn from Sam. Get your girlfriend to Tesla.
Hey, Omar, I just have a question regarding like the mixture between regen and actual braking, because on my car with 12.3.6, it uses the brake like way too much, and it doesn't really rely on regen as much as it should. So maybe you could comment on that if it stands out to you at all.
Yeah, I haven't really noticed that much in previous versions, so I'll try and keep an eye on it. Okay, we're merging onto the highway now. Really merging nicely, picking up speed as we enter the 10. Showing its blinker. And very nice. We're on the highway. What'd you think of that?
Could have done it better.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get some challenging mergers at some point with
Right.
the car just interfering, but that was still very nice. I noticed when it on that on-ramp compared to the version I'm used to, it didn't get too close to the curb. And I'm usually in the driver's seat. So
Right.
especially from here, it really give a nice amount of distance.
Yeah, much better on that for sure. Curbs don't really seem to be an issue. That was big when 12 first came out. They seem to have mastered it now.
We have a rumor. This is unrelated to FSD. Okay. Global Press Corp Twitter account is tweeted. Sources. A verified source has informed the Global Press team that Joe Biden is currently in hospice care and is unlikely to survive the night.
No way. Get out of here.
This is a rumor at this point. Okay. But it was just sent to me by a friend of mine. So let's see. It's also tweeted by Nick Sorter. He says, I can't vouch for this source, but they did accurately call Joe Biden's Sunday dropout. And they just made this post. We have, let me just bring in my, sorry, I'm going to have to move a couple of people down here. Bring in my political expert. Let's see what's going on. David Katz, go ahead.
So it's doing really well on the highway. It had just a couple miles to go, and it changed lanes very quickly and sped up, even though it has to get off pretty soon.
Okay. David Katz. David Katz, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. All right.
Sawyer is calling bullshit on Omar's F12.5 take. He says he's always says the same thing. And I'm trying to tell him, no, man, there's two other witnesses, FSD drivers in the car. This is for real. Come join us. So maybe he'll pop in.
Mishka, go ahead.
I wanted to say that I feel incredibly baited right now. It is a nav update right after I get into this space, right after I see Omar having tweeted it, and literally same day as I got an email response saying that they'd like to talk to me at the service center. Omar, I am as furious as you can. All right, I'm gonna go back to listeners.
So yeah, really impressive highway driving we're seeing. We're on the 405. It's packed as hell, and I have no criticisms of what it's done. It's just driven perfectly. We're getting off on Wilshire Boulevard now in 1 mile.
Omar, avoid part of Wilshire. The traffic's crazy right now. I'm trying to get to the Hammer.
Okay. All right, we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Little bit.
Yeah.
Something feels just a little different. I don't know what it is.
Right. I was saying the same thing. It's got a very different personality. It feels so much more solid
It has
than any
it
version.
hasn't had to do much yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't touched anything. It's just been driving us around, which is just crazy. And like, look
X-Men
at
Live.
this. You got tight traffic, and it's just squeezing in, making that lane change.
So I'm just gonna say that Homar and that other person, you've inspired me to retry to get on the early access thing. So I was part of early access in 2021, and when I got a new car and replaced it, I got knocked off the list. And I had tried several times, but I'm gonna try it again. Self inspired me to try it one more time.
Ninus.
Hey Omar, this is very exciting stuff. Question to you: do you think this highway stack is different than the one we've been using on 12.3.6?
No doubt about it. It is different.
That's
Oh,
amazing.
looks like it might have gone the wrong way. I think it did. I think it was supposed to go east, and it actually went west. It kind of like hesitated a little bit, like it wanted to go over there, but it realized it had already made its mistake. yeah, it still maintains safety, even though it went the wrong way, which is the most important thing. Now, I wonder if it'll try and make a U-turn. That might be interesting to see. All right, so we're getting off onto Wilshire Boulevard, heading west. And it is starting to go over to the left side.
Zach, did you have something to say?
Oh, I was just going to tell him that
That was cool.
if he takes the east ramp, he has to make a U-turn. If he gets in the right lane, he can make a U-turn through the VA.
Okay.
I'm trying to find parking behind the museum in Westwood Village, and it's packed.
Yeah, I'm just kind of letting it do its thing. From the stop sign there, and then it creep forward. Okay, now we got some construction. It says, okay, and it's started, but it did start to turn left, but then it saw that it was blocked, and it continued straight. Pretty interesting. Let me send them that clip. Could have been a little better, but it didn't require an intervention. So even a road closed where it had directions that it couldn't follow, it was able to save itself and not require an intervention. Very impressive.
Nicholas.
Yeah, hey guys, exciting night. Omar, if you guys go through a flashing yellow light or a yellow light about to turn red, can you just comment on how it handles it?
Sure. All right.
Omar, I parked in front of Kazunori.
Okay, coming to Kazunori now. We're about 8 minutes away, 2 miles. All right, pretty smooth stop.
How have you seen it handle if another car approaches when you're stopped at the stop sign? Is it jittery?
I haven't seen that too much with this version yet, but let's see as we keep driving here. All right, we got a speed bump in a low light area. It's slowing down. Very good. Great handling of speed bumps generally now. All right, we got more construction here. There's a sign that says detour, but not really any obstacles in the road. We're turning right onto Sawtell. Overall, just smooth, zero intervention driving. All right, another speed bump. Didn't really slow down for that one as much, but didn't really need to. Getting ready to make a left turn onto Ohio Avenue. And we're about 5 minutes away from picking up Zach. So Sam, what's your verdict so far?
So far, big upgrade. Very impressive feel overall. I would say, yeah, the errors that it's making are smaller. The way it handled that, the most impressive thing was the way it handled the construction.
Right.
I thought it was going to drive right into it, but the way it kind of like looked at it and then just
it fixed
turned
itself,
around.
right?
Very impressive.
Yeah. And I just made a left turn without a left turn arrow, waited for the traffic to go. And then there was another guy who was turning left. He wasn't going to cross in front of us. And it was able to turn left and go, even though there was a person there on the other side of the street. So pretty good handling of that left turn without a left turn arrow where it had to yield. I mean, this is just a really comfortable way to get around Los Angeles now. This is getting to the point where your mom can use it.
Somebody asked for his machine. Genius Guide Man, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for having me. Just curious what you guys think if this is now kind of where the robo taxi is going to be testing, because I feel like they were talking for a long time about the cheaper model or more affordable version, and then they pivoted to the robo taxi super quick.
Omar, there's a question that replies and says, had there been an intervention at all tonight?
No. Since I've turned it on, there haven't been any interventions. Okay, there's a big sort of dip in the road. The road kind of, went downhill and then uphill, and it handled it very smoothly. It slowed down, pretty impressive. Again, we're seeing a dip in the road. It's going downhill and then uphill. There's some dips as the road connects, and it seems to be handling it very smoothly. Was a little bit faster there, not as good of a handling as the first time, but generally it seems to be much better. In previous versions, it would just completely ignore the dips entirely. All right, we're about 3 minutes away from Zach. Turning left now onto Selby Avenue.
That was nice.
There's some people running around. It waited for the jogger to cross before making a left across. Now we're turning right onto Rochester Avenue.
Omar, there's 5 Teslas here at Kazunori, and then one of them, like, there's 3 Highlands that just drove by at one time.
Wow. Yeah, I was just behind 2 Teslas. That was kind of interesting. Kind of was making a right turn and then adjusted itself to get further away from the curb. Why are all the streets like this? Are they doing this on purpose? This is just how it is. I don't know.
Where are we? I think we're near UCLA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably having you go there because part of Wilshire screwed up, so it's going to have you get across Wilshire through the side streets.
Right. Yeah, looks like that's what it's doing. All right, we're going over some speed bumps. Pretty good handling of speed bumps. It's getting down to about 10 miles an hour for these ones.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hey guys, sounds like we're listening to a drive.
Yeah, 12.5.
Nice.
What did you hear so far?
I haven't spoken to anyone that's used it, but it seems just like it's just early access people for now.
Yeah, I think Omar has it, obviously. Dirty Tesla has it. Anyone else that we know of?
AI driver.
AI driver.
It's only hardware 4, so most people who have early access like me have hardware 3.
All right.
I don't know.
Handful of people. If anybody else has it in the audience, you're welcome to request to speak and share with us your first take. Andre, go ahead. Andre, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. All right, Sawyer, what else is on your radar? Are you excited for tomorrow? I mean, I guess, yeah. Tomorrow?
Yeah, I almost forgot tomorrow's earnings, honestly. I haven't really
Yeah,
been that
seriously,
focused
right?
about it.
Yeah, it's all about FSD now.
Should be interesting. I am getting a lot of reports that a lot of Canadians got Cybertruck invites tonight. I think that's a false alarm. And you can go to Drive Tesla's account for part of the reason why. But yeah, I don't think those are legit. Like they got an invite, but I think they accidentally went to the US site to place the reservation. So it sounds like there might be a mix-up.
Omar, is that you at the light behind me?
I'm at 1329 Woodruff.
No,
Is
that's
that
not
where
my
you are?
house. That I'm at
Oh,
Coolsey
okay.
North.
You're at
That's like 5 minutes from my house. The address you just gave off.
okay. My bad. Okay, I'm 1 mile away from there. I'll see you in a second. So it is doing a much better job at stopping than previous versions at the destination, which is good.
X-Men?
Yeah, so just curious, is it still stopping kind of short of stop signs and then scooting up to it, or does it go right up to the stop sign and then just go? Because there's before it was kind of like a double stop.
Well, we did stop a little far back one time, but it's not doing a double stop. Like we just had a stop sign. We're going through a bunch of stop signs right now, and it just stops and then it goes.
Awesome.
I would say it still should pull up a little bit further before it, like to the line, because the main reason is for visibility, because you're going to get those double stops where if it stops that far short, then it's not going to see what it needs to see to be able to confidently go. Like if something's coming,
Yeah, that's kind of what I've
we'll,
seen
we'll
in the
probably see
past
it
a
if we
little
move
bit,
there.
where it stops short, where it can't see, and then it has to scoot up. So maybe still a little bit of that behavior.
Omar, you're on mute. You're still on mute? Oh, we lost Omar. Zach, are you there?
Yeah, Omar's 5 minutes from here. He went to some random address in a neighborhood 2 neighborhoods over.
Okay. He's back on the speaker board.
Yeah, I'm headed to pick up Zach. I'm about 4 minutes away.
So no interventions, no disengagements on 12.5. We've been on this space for a few hours now. I think you've been driving for, how long have you been driving, Omar?
I can't remember.
It's been a while. Definitely more than half an hour. Maybe closer to an hour at this point. But do you guys want to live stream it on your account?
Yeah, we could potentially. But yeah,
I
this
was
isn't
gonna
just some
live stream it
ordinary
when
FSD update. It seems like a big change.
My eyes, I wouldn't know whether it was a person driving or not.
Yeah.
A very good driver.
I feel like this might be the 5 times larger model that Elon was talking about. Something. It's not as robotic and doesn't have some of the artifacts of previous FSD versions. A lot of traffic here. We're turning onto Midvale Avenue. We're crossing Westwood.
Andre.
We haven't a yellow yet.
Hey, what's up, guys? So there's a rumor swirling around and a lot of speculation swirling around that 12.5 will just be too much for hardware 3 to handle. What are your thoughts on that, Omar?
I think that there will be a version of 12.5 that is also released for hardware 3. You know, there's techniques such as quantization that you can use to train a model that is a smaller model that learns from the bigger model. So it might not drive as well as it does on hardware 4 cars, assuming this is the first hardware 4 model. but it would still probably be much better.
Thank you.
X-Men.
So, do you have confirmation that you're not still driving in on version 4, but in version 3 simulation mode? Because that's what I thought was really going on, is that we're still driving in, the simulation of hardware 3. In other words, no training's been done specifically for hardware 4, is my understanding.
Maybe we should call a Waymo and do a test against that. That might be kind of interesting.
We should also do 12.4.3 and 12.5 back to back,
Yeah, that could be interesting.
especially on speed bumps. How fast it does speed bumps, because my car likes to fly over them sometimes. But the last two versions has been a lot better.
All right, we're 1 minute away, so we should be about to pick you up as soon as this light turns green.
So, do you know for a fact that 12.5 has been trained on hardware 4 and not specifically hardware 3? Because that's a change, if that's the case.
Omar's the big.
Okay, so it did a pretty good job of pulling into an alleyway when it arrived.
What's up?
Hey, all right, we got black Model 3 in the building. All right, Zach, where do you think we should take it to test it out? Should we get on the highway or?
Hit the 405 to the valley. And
Do you have to get back?
I got that.
Okay, cool.
This is awesome.
All right, you want to go to the valley?
Well, we should see how it does on the 405 on the Swoboda Pass with the winding.
Okay. So, like, do you have like an address in the valley, like maybe like the Sherman Oaks Mall or something?
Yeah, you could do. Actually, you could do. Yeah, Sherman Oaks Galleria even.
Will it have to go through the 405-101 interchange to get there? That would be
Ooh,
interesting.
that. Navigate to like Encino then, somewhere in Encino, so we could see the interchange.
Okay.
Probably navigate to like. Where would be good in Encino? Yeah, just type Encino.
All right, is that good?
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, so Zach's given us a destination. It's about 10 miles away. That's 14 minutes. We're in an alleyway. Let's go. So it's pulling out of the alleyway very cautiously. There's traffic coming. And Zach and Sam, you guys give your thoughts. I think people want to hear, what you guys think.
People are asking for live stream, so maybe we should.
Yeah, you could maybe do that.
This is very interesting.
Yeah, there is still traffic coming, so it's waiting for them to pass. And now that it's gotten a moment, it's turning out. Very nice. What'd you think of that, Zach?
Smooth. It's not as jittery as before.
Yeah.
That was just the first. That was just the first turn, so we can't base it off of that.
All right, the light's green.
A dip.
Didn't really slow down for that dip. All right, we're making a left turn onto Veteran Avenue.
What are y'all live streaming on?
Omar?
Yep. All right, it made a left turn and now it has to make a right turn, but there's a car in its way. And it did make it over into the right turn lane successfully. Pretty impressive. Zach, pay attention.
Oh,
People want your thoughts. Okay, yeah.
Maneuver, the way it kind of went through.
Yeah.
It was like what I would have done.
Right. Very human-like.
I should probably use more words to describe what it's doing. But there were two right lanes going onto Wilshire, and it kind of crossed through both of them to get into the rightmost lane.
Yeah. So we're just about to get onto the highway now. Show them the highway performance for the first time.
Thank you, Scott, for tipping via X. Also, Nathan for signing up for Patreon, and Home Account signing up for Patreon, and also Christopher Roberts for signing up for Value Patreon. Appreciate it. If you guys want to sign up for Patreon to support the space, which has been going on for 5 hours tonight, in addition to the 1 hour earlier space, you can do so at the top of your screens with a Patreon link.
All right, we're making a right turn onto Wilshire Boulevard. We're about to get onto the 405 north towards the valley.
The live glitched out. Oh, didn't get over soon enough there.
Well, made it in.
I've noticed it's been doing that the last this version. It used to get on that one perfectly, and this one it would do the same thing. Or 12.4.3 on my card.
All right, we're getting onto the highway now. We're accelerating.
That was good acceleration.
Yeah, very smooth merging. Looks like there's a truck to our left as we merge onto the highway. Oh boy.
Braking a bit.
Yep. Huge semi truck as we merged in. It braked to get behind it. And yeah, I mean, that's what you want to do. And it's merging on. It's already changed 1 lane, 2 lanes. It's picking up speed. Beautiful. What do you think, Zach?
That was a merge. Although a little hesitation.
But there was a car coming.
Yeah, there was a car coming. Yeah.
All right, let me tell it can go up to 80. I assume 85 is still the max. Yep.
Unfortunate.
All right, pretty nice highway driving right now. In about 5 miles, we're going to take an exit for Ventura Boulevard. Is that right?
Yeah, that's actually, even though it won't take the 1. Oh, no. So lately it's been saying Ventura to take Ventura, even though it's still taking the 101 exit. It's in the new nav update.
Oh, like that. Okay. Interesting. All right, it's gotten into the carpool lane.
Omar, Dirty Tesla put out a tweet and says, smoothness is off the charts. Every move felt great. Blinking lights are still a weakness. Clips coming, but needed accelerated push through a few blinking reds. Maybe I'm just better trained, but it did seem to yell at me less for eyes on the road, less nag. And yes, you can wear sunglasses, Dirty Tesla says. Speed control is way better. FSD never went more than 2-3 miles per hour over the limit, which I find acceptable. It would still accelerate pretty good up to speed and then sometimes slow down a bit after, but all less dramatic than before. Besides the 2 or 3 accelerated taps for blinking reds and needing to back us out of a parking spot that the car pulled into, V12.5 took me to 4 destinations with no other interventions, and he's getting up some clips. And he also notes that you said sunglasses aren't working for you, so maybe it was a fluke for him. But he left his on for a while. Obviously, didn't want them for the whole drive with it being at night at all.
Interesting. Yeah, it could be. I don't really know how to explain that, but I definitely saw the message. I've got a witness. But yeah, we haven't seen a lot of flashing reds or flashing yellows, so I can't tell you how that is. But for me, it was working well even on 12.4, so I would expect that to continue in 12.5. Michigan may be a little different.
Okay, now let me read you AI driver's first impressions. Whoa, this is a long post. Okay. By far the smoothest version of FSD ever. The way it approaches stopped traffic, takes off, slows down for turns, etc. has never felt better. Turns feel drastically improved too, especially around other traffic like multiple turn lanes. Feels like there's zero indecisiveness on the steering wheel and feels confident. Creeping behavior improved. Every unprotected turn it has been through so far, it creeps and continues without coming to a secondary stop or even slowing back down. Does them in one motion, if that makes sense. We'll obviously need more testing on unprotected turns. No more speed control issues where it speeds up and then slows back down, so far at least. It still does speed a little fast in my neighborhood, but stays at a constant speed now. I tried to wear sunglasses and disable driver monitoring, meaning it still has steering wheel nags with sunglasses on. So this is what you said, Omar. I tried to, okay, highway definitely still feels like the old stack to me and not end to end. Might not have made it into this release. No release notes, and it still displays messages on the screen like changing lanes into faster lane and has manual speed control, no auto max speed. Also doesn't feel as smooth as city driving with acceleration and braking. My first 35-mile drive to the supercharger was completely intervention free, charging up to do more testing. There you go.
To me, it definitely feels like it's end to end on the highway. Do you guys notice that it feels different?
It feels a little bit better. I mean, it's hard to tell when I'm not driving. It feels really smooth, but could it not have end to end? Maybe.
I mean, the way it's like making this lane change.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
Yeah.
No one's mind that braking is so smooth too.
Yeah, and the car, it was making a lane change as the car in the lane was braking for some reason.
And it reacted really well to that.
Yeah, and it was just perfectly smooth.
To be clear, the car in front of us in the lane that we were
Yeah.
to was braking. Yeah.
Right. We were changing lanes, and the car we were getting behind was braking at the same time. All right, so we're getting ready to get onto the 101.
So this left hand, so when we get on the exit, the left hander onto the 101, sometimes it gets a little bit too close to the right lane.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how it does now.
So it sounds like it's not just me. Other people are seeing smoothness on another level too.
David Katz.
Great update. Just wanted to make a quick suggestion. When I use sunglasses, I don't have the update you have. If they're polarized, they still work, but if the sunglasses are not polarized, then they do not.
So this is the test.
All right, this is what they wanted to test out. The challenging situation with the interchange here.
Yeah, it'll normally get little. Oh, that's improved because mine would normally go over right a little bit here.
Yeah, the trajectory seems to be much better. It's able to take a smoother trajectory at a higher speed.
Yeah, that was noticeably better, especially in corner exit.
Right. So I don't think you'd see that kind of improvement on the highway if it wasn't end to end on the highway. All right, we've got to get off in 1 mile at Havenhurst Avenue. We're in the carpool lane. It looks like. All right, we've got to get off in 1 mile at Havenhurst Avenue. We're in the carpool lane. It looks like there's some dividers that prevent us from getting out. So
Yeah, this is a good test because it ends right here, and it'll have to do a mad dash across 6 lanes.
yeah. Okay, so whoa. Okay, there's really fast cars, and we've got to change lanes across a bunch of lanes. Okay, 1 lane change, successful. 0.7 miles to go. 0.6 miles to go. 2nd lane change completed. 0.5 miles to go. Fast car approaching on our right. 3rd lane change completed. It's slowing down. 0.4 miles to go. 0.3 miles to go. 2 more lane changes needed. Another lane change completed. 0.2 miles to go.
And no cars coming from behind. So
0.1 miles to go.
I was a little late.
Just in the nick of time, it made it over, and it took the exit. Beautiful.
Damn the suspense, man.
Look, that was a little scary how fast people were driving, and it made it over.
Oh, I do the same thing. Second that divider ends, I just accelerate.
Right. All right, we're making a left turn here. And now we've got a right turn coming up right after that left. And it just went all the way across the road. Boom. Beautiful.
There's a dip here, so we should see how it does. There's a dip in a few hundred feet.
Okay.
And it's a big one, so. Nope, not slowing down at all.
Wasn't too bad though.
Does it need to slow for that?
I mean, it's got a good suspension now, but it probably should have slowed for that. But it was really hard to see. Like I was looking for it, I couldn't see it. All right, turning onto Balboa Boulevard in 0.1 miles. We're turning left. We don't have a left turn arrow, so we have to make sure traffic's clear, and it is. Very nice. And our destination is ahead in 0.3 miles. Good offsetting there. There was somebody turning left, sticking out into our lane a little bit, and it just ever so subtly moved over to the right.
And it wasn't jerking over. It was like smooth.
Yeah. It's very smooth.
I think that's the main thing I'm noticing with this update compared to my 3.
Mhm.
It's a little smoother at everything.
Yeah. Very human-like in general.
And this is the destination, so I guess it's just gonna
Yeah.
figure out where to go.
It's probably just going to pull over now when the light turns green. Cool. All right, well, we'll probably head back now.
Yeah.
Go to your place.
And I won't show the screen because it has his address on it.
What do you think? Do you think the highway's end to end?
It definitely feels smoother.
The reason I think it probably is that merge when we made where the car was braking on my car anyway, it would have started the merge and then hesitated.
Yeah.
And then not done it.
Oh, the 101, the entrance to the 101 was fantastic.
Yeah.
Like noticeably, that was a noticeable improvement. And what I'll do is I'll get in my car and I'll go do it again in my car right away and we'll see how it goes.
Right. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's not the same highway stack. So I would assume it really is end to end. And that's what Elon said in his tweet. So I'm inclined to believe him. I mean, we've literally been driving around Los Angeles for hours and we haven't had a single intervention, which is, what 12.4 was doing too, but 12.5 is now doing it with a new level of smoothness. Like it's so human-like, you could blindfold someone and they wouldn't be able to tell which was a human and which was the computer. Like it's getting to a point where it can drive better than many drivers.
I would say it's better than at least 95% of drivers in California.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, my only complaints would be, oh, it's too safe in this situation. Like
Right.
the stop signs is, I want to see how it operates in like heavier traffic, because
Yeah.
what can happen is the car being so safe can actually cause an accident because people expect you to do something and then you don't. But that's part of it is the
Right.
NHTSA's fault because it has to stop completely for 1 second, right?
Definitely. Being assertive is important. All right, we're making another left turn here. We've got a left turn arrow. There's high-speed traffic coming. I like how right as the last car's passing, it starts to turn its wheel and then just quickly makes it across. Very nice.
And this on-ramp onto the 101 is good because it'll turn from, it basically is all the crazy people in the right 2 lanes trying to get onto the 405 at one time. So it should be a good test of how it merges on with other people merging at the same time.
Hey Omar, would you guys be able to pull into like a parking lot and test the auto park stuff? Because I do think that 12.3.6 had a lot of auto park improvements, and I'm curious if they made it any quicker or anything like that. Thanks.
Yeah, we could potentially do that. We're about to get on the highway right now, but maybe when I get off.
Is it sophisticated enough to read no right on red, 7 to 9 a.m., etc.?
I don't know. Yeah, so there is a sign here that says no right turn on red, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. So let's see what it does. I think it just treated it as a no right turn on red. I don't think it was sophisticated enough to understand the time restriction.
The sign's pretty small.
Yeah. All right, so we're getting onto the 101 now. Pretty nice merge, pretty heavy traffic on the 101 405 junction here.
See, one car coming up from behind. It says standing clear, it goes.
Pretty good.
Interesting, there's no auto max on the highway as there is on
Yeah, there's no auto speed on the highway. That's probably why AI driver thought it might not have made it in. But I think they probably just thought, look, auto speed is just too disastrous on the highway if it gets it wrong, you know? So they probably just want to wait a little bit before releasing auto speed for the highway. But it seems like the end-to-end stack is there. They just want people to set the speed themselves.
Better path because normally mine would try to go over left a bit.
Yeah.
G-Wagon.
Yeah, it would be a little scary when trying to pass at high speed like that. That was very comfortable by comparison. All right, now we're getting onto the 405 from the 101.
It's good for in this lane too because sometimes it shimmies a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Right at the apex of the corner.
All right, Omar, can you summarize what happened tonight and the changes that you've seen so far in your drive for the Tesla Live listeners?
Well, we got FSD 12.5, and it looks like a major jump compared to even 12.4, let alone 12.3. It's hands-free. It has an all-new highway stack, taking the highways to the next level. And we've been driving it for hours and haven't had a single intervention, no matter what we threw at it. So I think people are going to experience hours of hands-free, zero intervention driving with FSD 12.5. And I think it's hands down the best version ever from what I've seen so far. Would you guys agree?
Did you notice that when that car merged about 200 feet in front of us? Did you feel that this car?
I felt it
very like let off. Very subtle thing.
Yeah.
That's one of my.
Do you guys, do the two passengers agree with Omar's summary?
For now, yes, because the merge from the 101 to the 405 and the 405 to the 101 are drives I do almost every day, and it's a noticeable difference.
I'm very impressed.
Would you guys say it's the best version we've seen so far?
Well, I'm still on 12.3.6, so definitely. But
I'm on 12.4.3, and it's definitely smoother on the highway, and I can't confirm it's end-to-end because we don't know for sure yet, but it definitely seems smoother.
Yeah.
if you want to challenge it more, we could drive east on the 10 toward downtown. There'll be more traffic, but whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I should probably go home and eat some dinner. We got earnings tomorrow, but I think in the daytime we'll really be able to put it to the test when there's heavier traffic. Nighttime's kind of a low ball, a soft pass, you know. When we really get into traffic, we'll see what it's really capable of.
Where do you put the sunglasses? Because I have 2 pairs.
I put it
so
here.
It'd be interesting to see if they both do the same thing.
Yeah, maybe we'll try the other pair.
All right, guys. This has been great. 5 hours ongoing. And this is in addition to the 2 hours, 1 hour before that. So I'm getting tired. And I'm looking forward to watching more videos from Omar's tomorrow.
Sunglasses.
And sunglasses,
They didn't
without
get that in yet.
sunglasses, polarized, not polarized, everything, every version you can imagine. AI driver and also Dirty Tesla have this software update as well. They put out some tweets that you can read for their first take, which is generally what we heard from Omar here. And I thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're going to call it a day. Tomorrow is a big day, earnings day. If you want to, I wonder, Omar, does Zach still have the live stream going?
Yeah, it's still going, even though it flipped to horizontal for some reason. But yeah, it's still going.
Okay. What's your handle, Zach?
At Black Model 3, BLK MDL3.
Okay. You guys can continue watching it over there. And I will talk to you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night, everybody.
Interesting how the X live stream just did that. Flipping the camera and then flipping it back.
Weird. Yeah, it's doing pretty good on these curves.
It just feels much more